All right, here we go. Just getting started over here. Sunday, Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, of which this is number 30. A nice round number. You know we got to celebrate it right. Today we're doing level 30s in Mistmoore. I got a level 30 Shadow Knight right here. In fact, let's take off role playing. Let's show the world. Level 30 Shadow Knight. Here we go. Now they know, right? If they didn't know, now they know. We'll see what happens with that. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, Frank and Beans. Good morning, Captain Long Whistle. It's gonna be fun. You know, everybody's always anonymous, or at the very least, role play. Right? When you're role playing, you can't see level. You can see the guild tag. Pesci, what's going on? How you been? Just getting started over here. It's just a quick little hop, skip, and a jump over to MM. And then, you know, see how it goes from there. Level 30 is like one of my favorite levels to be, honestly. I love this level, but it's going to be 31 soon. But the important thing is we're starting at 30, right? Technically. We're technically 30 over here. So it'll be fun. I'd like to finish the stream higher than 30. I don't think that's too lofty of a goal. We'll see how it goes. Camping Stormfeather on green. Oh, that's got to be so competitive. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants, or I should say, this, right? The second part of the map. That's Stormfeather, I believe. I got that one. I need Dire. I need the Dire Stalker. It's like, small pain. You were fourth in line, now a double spawn skip. Oh boy, that's like days and days. Sheesh. Well, good luck. I believe in you. It's worth it. It's an excellent, what's it called? Eye patch. Okay. First one's green. All right. Let's get started over here. All right. Here we go. Level 30 coming right up. Level 31, I should say. All right, let's check out the skills. I'm at 165 for two hand. I don't think the cap will raise, right? I started at 32. I lost 2 levels just to get a nice round number. You know, I'm committed to the bit like that. This is a Rod of Lamentation. It's not bad. You know, pretty really solid in Kunark. But you know, Velius weapons maybe outdo it a little bit, but it's still nice. I like the stun proc. I love the look of it. You know, got a cool look. And actually, this is one of the weapons I used to use on my original Shadow Knight. I had moved it over to this Shadow Knight many years ago because I upgraded. I upgraded to the what's that pre-nerf staff? Rod of Lamentation. No, that's what this one is. I feel like there's another version of it. I had a different weapon on Chewy, so I moved this one over. And it's been there ever since. Well, it was on Poop Gun, but Poop Gun, the name was deemed unacceptable. No, it's on Sprunket, but it's the same Shadow Knight. You know what I mean? I'm rocking the Fippy Dark Paw shirt today. It says, "Never give up." Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I hear Sprunket and Hill William. Real big Flowers of Happiness hours. Poop gun unacceptable. I know, right? It was fine in the era it was created, but it's no longer fine in 2020. Actually, I think it was 2024. Uh, so what happened is I remembered the password. This is an account that I had like inherited. Um, you know what I mean? And I remembered the password. I tried it out and it worked. It wasn't actually. This one's not banned, you know. My main account was banned, but this one's fine. And anyway, the Shadow Knight was naked, missing a corpse. So I petitioned from Poop Gun. I'm like, hey, can you summon my corpse, please? And instead, I got banned. You know, I think it would have been fine if I didn't ask for a corpse summon. They eventually, you know, they told me it was just for a name. Uh, you know, they helped me pick a new name. And I did get my corpse back. And the funny thing was, the corpse said Poop Gun's corpse. It didn't even say Sprunket's corpse. It said Poop Gun's corpse. I was able to loot it as Sprunket. It's pretty interesting. Interesting stuff. But Poop Gun was very infamous, right? Like everybody knew Chewy, my Shadow Knight, but Poop Gun, my other Shadow Knight, oh, that one, they were terrified of this one. Because I'd hang out in Unrest. You know, just do Poop Gun activities. Which I guess was a lot of harm touches, let's face it. Alright, Ding 31. I didn't even like clock that. Let's celebrate. It's 31, right? Today, on the Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 30, we're doing the level 30s, right? We're in the 30 bracket. Ding 31, right? I'm glad you were here to see that. I'm glad you're here to dance with me. I'm glad you're here to wave and say what's up. We're just getting started. It's, you know, my favorite day of the week. And there's many more dings to come. You could even say we're just getting started over here. But that being said, without further ado, a slash rude for the haters, and we're back at it. I wish I had the haste eye patch right now, you know? The eye patch of plunder. Who's this? Who's this? Toro, huh? Cool. Real big 30 hours. Who up? Should I like D-level? I can't believe I'm the highest level already. I'm leaving tasty treats on that corpse, perhaps. You know, is there gargoyle eye? Who knows? Could be. Pull two. What's the big deal? Shit, I didn't tell the Discord I'm going live. I better do that. It's tradition. I got a lot of traditions. One of it is, you know, tell the Discord we're going live. Tell Facebook we're going live. I should probably tell Instagram we're going live. Now that I'm thinking about it. Where is this? There he is. Alright. I told Discord. Let's pop open Instagram for a quick sec. I hadn't been using this for like the longest. I'm back on my bullshit though. I really am. Shit, I don't even know how to make a post. There we go. Oh. We'll do that another day. Do I get viewers from Facebook? You don't think you'd want your parents to watch? Occasionally. You know how it'll give you the analytics or whatever. I'll get a few. I'll get a handful to a few. Would they have come through another means? Maybe. You know what I mean? It could be somebody who's already on Twitch and would have, you know, knows the schedule, but they just so happen to click the link. Hey, whatever. For me, it's good because I post, you know, the Twitch link at the start of the stream, and then after the stream, I update the link to be the VOD, and then after a couple weeks, I update the link again to be the YouTube video. So it keeps like a, what's the word I'm looking for? A timeline, right? How like you could scroll back in the Facebook and see the old streams in order. Like, you know, YouTube has that too, right? You could just put them in age order or whatever, and then just scroll back and you'll see the old streams. But it's just another place for that. I don't know. It's one of those things where like making a classic EQ PvP persona account in 2025, you know, it's a choice. I chose to do that, and you know, every day it's kind of like a let's see how it goes situation. But I'm putting the beacon out there, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to find old friends, old flowers, and you know, potentially, you know, new friends, new flowers. Who knows? I'm not discriminating, but the Field of Dreams taught me anything. If you build it, they will come. That's why we got the Discord called the Swamp. Come on down. Got basically all the social medias there are. At Chewy What a Wookie. Just look me up. I'll bless your feed. Or you know, occupying Norath. That's the most important step in the process. We're out here. We're doing it. We're doing it big. A couple flowers. There's 3 of us so far, but I have a feeling we're gonna multiply today. And who knows who else? And I already said before, if we're too scary, if nobody wants to smoke, don't worry. Don't worry. I got something up my sleeve for that. We'll figure it out. There will be smoke one way or another. But you never know. You never know who might wake up this morning and feel very brave. Or maybe they haven't even gone to bed yet. But either way, let's see what happens. Pull a couple things from the back here. Get tired of running all this way. 1, 2. I guess that's fine. I know the graveyard is like the preferred camp, right? Obviously. But I like the zone line here because we can, you know, we won't be surprised by anybody. No way to surprise us. Oh shit, don't backstab me, bro. Did they? Alright, they seem like they're fine. They got that under control. I don't want to go too far to miss XP though, right? I hate when that happens. XP is very important to me, even though I, you know, purposely lost 2 levels just to be level 30 to start. I promised I was starting at a nice even number, right? Number 30, in fact, specifically. I had to make that happen one way or another. I said I would, you know? I said it's a much more likely thing that I'm going to de-level something slightly over 30 versus level something up. Just because, you know, the implication. Having to level. I love to level. Like, it's fun. But it's been a busy week for me. I had a lot of goals this week trying to check off. And, You know, it continues even after the stream. I gotta go do some stuff. But little update on my wasp situation. This was honestly nightmarish. So I had mentioned Thursday morning, right? Rise and grind. First thing I'd done that morning was at the dawn's early light. I went outside and sprayed a yellow jacket nest, and the the stuff I sprayed wasn't powerful enough. It seemed to just make them mad. You know what I mean? So anyway, that was Thursday. So Friday, I guess something stronger, stronger spray, and I sprayed it that evening at like dusk. Right? You're supposed to do it like around then when they're in the hive, when they're not active, whatever. Um, anyway, I spray it. Much stronger stuff. I could see them, you know, start dropping, and they're freaking out. And they're above the door frame, and I could hear them buzzing around, in the door frame, and they're mad. They're really mad. It sounded like a tiny little power tool, like a sawzall or something, like trying to cut through. It's like, bzzz. Anyway, they were mad. There's a lot in there. You could hear it. So I'm inside, and I could hear the buzz inside. I'm like, huh. They're still really mad. Sweet seat. Splendid Genesis. Anyway, they start emerging inside from the trim around the door frame. I see them one by one crawling through this little crack and buzzing around inside the house, pissed off. It was nightmarish. I had to get the fly swatter, which is it's a fly swatter. It's not a friggin' wasp swatter. I felt under-equipped, but I'm not gonna use poison in the house, right? I love my cats. Got 2 cats, Chester and Wayne. They're wonderful, and I would never spray bug killer anywhere near where they eat, lounge, play, whatever. You know, they're indoor cats, so just not doing that indoor. It's gonna kill them the old-fashioned way with freaking, you know, swatting. I'm swatting hornets. Not hornets. They're yellow jackets. They're wasps. They're nasty, vicious, aggressive wasps, but they're a little wonky because they got their nest sprayed, right? Palestine, how you going? How you doing? I'm telling a story about this week. Me and some wasps this weekend. So anyway, I caulked the like crack that they were coming in from, while they're coming out. You know what I mean? And so that stopped the flow of them. Turned the spawner off basically, and dealt with the last invaders, and that was it. That nest is done. I haven't seen any activity from it since. Don't hear the buzzing in the door frame anymore. I think they're all done. I gotta like actually remove the nest, which I'm not super thrilled about. But the worst part, here's the worst part. So I'm, you know, worried about this wasp nest. And then I start thinking, what if there's other nests around? Let me observe. Let me watch during the day, right? Look for, you can see the traffic, right? The in and out traffic from, that's how you know it's not just like a passing through wasp. It's an actual nest. When I tell you I saw in and out traffic in 4 different spots, I'm not too thrilled, but hopefully it's the worst is over, right? Like no more like scaring them into the house like I did the first time. Like hopefully I'm done with that. But if I do, I'm gonna caulk that crack that they're coming in from, and you know, move on. Just gotta do it. These things are brutal though. I haven't been stung in a while. I'm trying to keep it that way. I treat them with caution, but also a pretty discriminating disdain. Metropolis, yeah, basically. Um, they have a good foothold, that's for sure. So yellow jackets are like a ground wasp usually, and one of these nests is in fact in the ground, and it's in a real awkward to reach spot. So I'm gonna, you know, I've soaked it twice now. Uh, First time, it didn't cut the traffic at all. It just moved it a little bit. Like they're coming out in and out like 4 inches further away than they were, but they're still coming in and out. So I soaked the other hole, and I'm pretty sure it's the same nest. It's not like there were two nests 4 inches apart. It's probably just multiple holes. I didn't even see the second hole the first time. I think they made a new hole because of the spray. Anyway, I'll get them. I'll get them. They're on the move. They're on the run. I mean, it's the dawn's early light right now. I might even, after this pull, go take a peek, see how I did last night. I'm sure my group mates will love that. Very important stuff. Anyways, thanks for listening to my story. I hope everybody's having a terrific morning so far. We are very much just getting started. Like, not exaggerating, not, you know, none of that. Let's look at the who all list today. What do we got? We got Crack Online. Did I get dispelled again? Wow. I think it's just self buffs. The dude, I'll come get you. Unless Hillbilly or Crack or... Not... Who is Toro? I haven't asked yet. Anybody gonna reveal themselves? I like the look. I like the Jagged Blade of Morning. Friggin... What's this stuff? Cultural? Death Star. I should have known. The cultural should have gave it away. It's good to see you. I feel like you've told me who Toro was before, slash maybe I was the one who came to invite you. You know. Could be. Could very well be. Oh, it's deep water. Yeah. Nice. Those are really good. All right, let me grab. Let me grab Ludwig von real quick. We're just getting started over here. Just gonna grab him. Silent move. Listen, nobody knows right now. Between me and you. Between me and you. It's a little secret. I'm gonna go pick up the dude, and we're gonna kick this up a notch. You're getting your coffee real quick? Yeah. Hey, coffee time. I got the Bob's Burger mug. It's color changing. My coffee is pretty cold, so it's not changed right now. Let me log back in the Druid. I know I logged my Druid low mana. I ported Fardotron last night. So when he wakes up, he's already here, ready to go. And I camped. I ported him, I buffed him up a little bit, and I logged right out. I did not med. The cardinal sin of Druid use, right? I did it. Forgive me, I have sinned. I have camped without medding. I did not seek out a clarity. I have forsaken, you know, immediate spell casting in the future for the, you know, just a little convenience. I was, you know, I was late tired. It was late, and I had to get up bright and early today for this. I'm here bright and early, so it was worth it. Right, let's get on Dull Dan. Dull boy. Let's go, dull boy. I do have a little mana. Let's see how bad I'm exaggerating over here. I got 20 mana. That's like, and I do have a. Oh no, I don't. Gift of Magic and Insight. No clarity. Yes. Let's go get him. Let's get it. How many players do you think we'll have online by 8 a.m.? Let's do a little prediction here. I think there will be 26 players on the server, and 6 of them are going to be flowers. That's my prediction. Right? Let's. Will any of us remember what my prediction? I'm going to write it down. I'm going to jot this down. 8 a.m. What did I say? 24 players. 6 FOH. That's my prediction. If anybody else wants to make a prediction, we'll see what's the closest. It's just for fun. For entertainment purposes only. I guess I should sit over here like, oh, I'm thirsty. That's why I have no mana. What is going on? Yeah, I'm thirsty on a druid that can forage. This is true. This is big. Oh my god, you are pawn. I'm gonna get hit by that skeleton. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, lifesaver. Alright. I think I might be able to just cast this. We'll see. It doesn't cost that much. Here we go. Ludwig von Beethoven. Love it. Love it. Love to see it. Remember when I was like calling it a sin to camp with no mana? I might do it. Thanks to power of friendship, I have some drink though this time, so I'm in a lot better shape. Even if instead of like 22 mana or whatever, I have 9, it's better. This is a good thing. I'll sit for a hot sec. I'll camp at 15 mana. That's enough to. It's enough to cast something. Perfect. Let's make a silent move. Nobody knows that I'm leaving my druid 15 mana camped out of the butcher block rings. Nobody knows that. It's between me and you, our little secret. If these weirdos on the server knew, could be trouble. I'm calling them weirdos, but it's like pretty much a lot of flowers right now. There is Beatrice as featured in the Brutal Bridge Beatdown, right? If you've never seen that clip, it's out there. Buckaroo versus Beatrice, I should say, right? It's all bees. I like to be alliterative like that. if I can. Every now and then. It's nice to have a little alliteration as a treat. I think Cloano is online too. That's a cleric, right? They farm hard. They're probably out at Spectres right now. And by farm hard, I mean they kill something and then AFK. So if you catch them at the keyboard, they'll try to gate. If they're not at the keyboard, probably a free kill. There's no third option where it's like actual player versus player like interaction or combat. Like it never really happens. I don't know. Maybe I'm just unlucky. Run into a few players like that lately. They know I'm trying to farm clips. They're trying to, keep my clips boring. That could be it. It's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I haven't loaded a clip in so long because the kills I've gotten lately are so. When I tell you they're boring kills, it's like people have been just hitting the /Q lately. That's the new thing. You just hit /Q. It's like, what, I'm gonna upload a clip killing a link dead player. Nobody cares. They figured it out. They've cracked the code. I'm seething and writhing over here. Anyway, if you see me upload clips of link dead kills, that's why, because they're not giving me any other options. And listen, I earned these. The only one we don't know is Lormp. No idea who or what Lormp is. Keep things interesting by just chain pulling it. I'm not making a silent move, am I? I am. Whoops. Sorry, you didn't miss much. Killed like one thing since getting back on Sprocket. Maybe 3 things, but they're dying fast. It's not very interesting. I'm just kidding. This is EverQuest. This is what we do. We grind, we grind, we grind. I like to talk trash. Try to rile the opponents up, get them to come out here. And it doesn't work. They don't come out here. They must be scared. Because it's the PvP server. We're supposed to occasionally have some PvP. We'll see how it goes. I thought that was going to be a... Oh shit, look, a shield. Real big drops. Resisted the fear spell, huh? Interesting. Okay, so I picked up a new game for Tuesday. was browsing the sales. I found this Swiss-made game or Swiss-developed game called was it Dungeon Clawler? Like crawl, but with claw in there, and it's kind of bizarre. It's a 2D claw game focused dungeon crawler. Very interesting. Um, I tried it out last night. I like it. It seems fun. Seems like something I can get into. I've just been there's so many games out there, right? So I've been trying. I've been doing something I never did my whole life. I never used to buy games, try games. I was a creature of habit, you know. Dungeon Clawler, like crawl but with claw. It's pretty fun, interesting. Like you like think Slay the Spire, but instead of adding cards to a deck, you're adding prizes to a claw machine, and then you take your turns by grabbing out of the claw machine. That's what it reminds me of. And then there's other weird little. You might try Monsters and Memories eventually. Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. It looks pretty fun. Been watching some friends stream it here and there. Um, I haven't gone so far as to actually attempt to download it or anything like that. I think maybe we should go to a little deeper now that we got four of us. You know? Anybody here playing Monsters and Memories? Or testing Monsters and Memories? It's still a little early, right? It's well, Dude Boy Orc Boy was telling me the schedule. It was doing the weekend test and then like a week test and then like a 10-day test or something. I think they just finished the weekend test, right? Or they're finishing it today maybe. Quorum back up on the 1st, yes. Um, that's gonna be big news. So honestly, we might go occupy Quorum next week or something. I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't that be fun? I know you can make your name red, but it's like no level range if that's the case. Who knows? It's one of those things you don't know what you got till it's gone. With Quorum gone, I started thinking what could have been. And since it's coming back, I mean, yeah, we might have to go over there. Today, though, it's the number 30 Swamptacular Splash Fest of 2025. So that means we're doing level 30s. Started out at 30. I'm already 31. We're flying. It is what it is. If you want to be real technical, I started out at 32, and then I de-leveled down to 30, and now I'm back up to 31. It's just for the thoroughness of it, you know. I'm going for the. I said I'd start at 30. I did. I got there, and then I started the stream, and now I'm already 31. We're flying. It's I knew it would happen, right? I was like, I can either level something up to 30 or I could level something down to 30. Probably going to level something down to 30 because that's less effort, you know? I got to save all my grinding patience for the stream. Let's face it. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest, that's a nice long grind. And it takes some gas in the tank. Your Fippy meter got to be way up here, you know what I mean? My Fippy meter's way up here today. I got gas in the tank, and I think that's has a lot to do with, you know, pacing myself, saving some gas for today. If my original thought was, oh, I'll level Swamptacular to 30. Wouldn't that be a nice surprise? That was the guy I made for the level 20 stream, I believe it was. Or the number 20 Swamptacular Splash Fest, I should say. Human Warrior. out in Kanos, if you recall. It was fun. It was great times. You know, over a month ago now, or few months ago, I guess, because it was 10 weeks ago. And, you know, I thought that'd be a nice surprise. Level him the rest of the way up to 30 and then, you know, have that warrior out here. But then I thought about it. It's like, wait, he's like level 11 or something like that. I gotta get 19 levels. He has no gear. He's in Cana. It's just, there was a lot. There was a lot going against that plan. Meanwhile, Sprunkit, you know, has gear, has, you know, stuff I like. I like Troll Regen, Harm Touch. A lot of things going for Sprunkit. And being slightly over level 30, he had a much easier journey to the level 30 start point. It was all downhill. Anyways, let's continue to just get started over here. I see Ludwig Von's supporting out a group. I appreciate that. We'll get you in the group. You know, I'm not sure. Did they not invite you, or are you holding out? If they didn't, if they didn't invite you, we'll get you an invite right quick. I'm not leader no more. Ever since I logged to port, I've relinquished. You invited? Okay, cool. Yeah, he's probably just letting us catch up a little bit. He's a little bit higher. We can push into the graveyard now. We don't have a healer, but it's okay. I say it's okay, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that dungeon crawler game. I did one run. It's run based, right? Like, I feel like that's the more accurate descriptor. You know what I mean? Like, I think the tag they used was rogue light. Um, these things are so fun. Like, I know rogue light is not rogue like, but you know what I mean? Like, they're either one. Like, this game is so far removed from rogue that it's you know what I mean? I feel like just calling it run based is easier. Like Slay the Spire too. A lot of the games that I like, you know, they categorize them as roguelikes, but they're not they're basically have nothing in common with rogue other than, you know, you have one life. If you die, you die. If you win, whatever. You just do a run. I like those. Been on a real kick with them lately. Hey, Grouts on 31, Hill William. Maybe we'll let Ludwig von pull or something. I don't know. Cool. Thank you. You're gonna D-ding in the cemetery? No, no, no. Can't think like that. You're gonna succeed in the cemetery. You're gonna thrive in the cemetery over here. We're doing it. We're doing it big today. But anyway, we got just over an hour until the introduction of the question of the day today. Oh shit. Look at this. It's the player I was just talking about hitting the slash Q to escape the fight. All right. Graveyard XP. Excellent. So good. Too good. Now, as far as gear goes, I do like what this Shadow Knight's got going on for the most part. But empty ear slot, the rings are trash. The other ear slot is, you know, cool. We'll call it cool. Earring of Frost Reflection. Cool. I could use a couple ears, I guess. You got a ring 8 on your pally, huh? Nice. That's something I've been slacking on. I've only got ring 8 on Nui. I don't have it on Timdim yet. It's probably next move. Or maybe one of the clerics. I feel like ring 8 is so good on tanks. It's so good on healers. It's so good in PvP. It's just so good. Hard to deny the power of the ring 8. I have all the drops to do. I'm probably like one, whatever the key from that warden guy. I'm probably like one key short of a second ring, and you know, I mean, I have the bits for the first 4 rings or whatever. Maybe all the trade skill stuff for like half a dozen rings probably, and I have all the stuff for a full ring. It's just that there's so much legwork. You gotta do the escort missions, blah blah blah. I just never have the energy for it. You know what I mean? I've been sitting on it for like so long. After doing Nuis and then helping with some of my guildies, it's just like I'm all like ringed out for a little bit, you know? I'll recharge and then I'll you know, polish off a few more one of these days. I love EverQuest. I enjoy EverQuest, and it comes back to that word again, pacing. I pace myself, you know? I enjoy EverQuest just enough. You bought it off Lolan? Yeah, he's always selling those. I could have sworn he promised me one a few times. We're like, oh, help me with this and I'll give you a ring 8. Like, okay. Help me with this other ring 8 and I'll give you a ring 8. Okay. One of these days. You know, I'll try to... I'll see if he's still got those. But it's just, like I said, the legwork. Even if you buy it off somebody, there's still legwork. Still gotta, like, show up in friggin' Iceclad or whatever. Like, ugh. I like my gratification a little more instant. Yeah, 9 ring. That's the kind of thing I could get into. I try to get my 8 ring into a 9 ring on stream someday or something, you know, or maybe a few streams if it took that long. I could get into that. That's good, clean fun. That's, you know, very, very fun. And you get a little slight upgrade, you know? Love little slight upgrades. I just wish it did one more point of damage shield too. Like imagine it had a different proc or a different click that was 1 point higher. I would already have it. I would have done the 9 like the same day as the 8 probably on Nui. Right, yeah, the 50 HP is probably the biggest part. I had a ring 10 on retail. I didn't do it during Velius. I did it, you know, a couple expansions later when it was a lot less impressive of a feat. But the click was still good. Let me tell you, that ring 10 clicky was amazing. It's funny, I had ring 10, but I'd never heard of the eye patch. If there's like other stuff that's like so standard issue that I'd never heard of, I definitely had the time to get it. I would have gotten it had I known, you know? It's just Alakazam was a lot less organized than the wiki is. And just, you know, game knowledge in general, like there's more that we didn't know and other stuff we were less sure about overall. At least me, you know? Like I said, I didn't even know about the eye patch. It wasn't until P99 that I even heard of it. But I would have definitely used that one. I ended up getting something with a, you know, a haste click eventually. I think it was like the friggin' Gates of Discord quest gloves or something though. You know what I mean? It was like way later. It was something. It was some gloves. I remember pulling out gloves, maybe playing a time or something like that. So I mean, it was probably a better thing than the eye patch anyway. But I was a warrior. If anybody's trying to figure out what I'm talking about, I was not a Shadow Knight. I was a warrior. If that helps. The more I talk about retail, the more I wish I could actually log on retail and show you guys my old gear. But, you know, it's just not meant to be at this current moment. We'll see. We'll see in the future. Almost 32. That's definitely very nice. I might try to get this guy all the way up to planar. As if I didn't need enough Umbral plate mail drops from Plane of Fear, you know what I mean? Maybe jam some more Shadow Knights up there just in case. Some of it's actually good. The Umbral plate mail, you know what I mean? The sleeves are nice. We got the sleeves on Orc Friend. I just need the rest of the suit on him for fashion reasons. It's a beautiful suit. And it really shows you as a traveler, you know what I mean? Like, if I come to Crushbone wearing Umbral plate mail, they're all gonna know. But I went, I had to take quite the trip for that. That's a red count, huh? Uh-oh, I think we're a couple kills from Ding here. Not this one. This one won't do it. Let's see. One or two more. For big 32. Oops. Shooting it. I feel like my archery definitely needs some skill ups. But if I'm gonna shoot, might as well shoot in style, right? I love bow quest. Never forget. Never forget I love bow quest. It's so fun and fair and balanced. Let's see. I equip the weighted axe and I'm missing all the time. It's making it look bad. It's the 18 archery skill though, or 17 at the time. Wow. There we go. There's a bopper. 46. It's a lot more than had been. Ding 32. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Um, shit. Did I really? I did. Listen, nobody come mess with me for about 72 minutes approximately. I was trying to hit F10 and I hit 0. Fat finger moment. A little extra DPS. Salute. Wave. It's just celebrating the ding, you know? A little harm touch, a little celebratory pop in the harm touch. It'll be back. Harm touch comes back. Ding 32. So let's dance. Let's cheer. Let's wave. Hey everybody. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 30. Ding 32. I'm glad you were all here to see it. Hey you. Yes you. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I remind you we are just getting started. And yeah, let's freaking go. Many more dings to go. If you didn't think I could do it, that's slash roots for you. Let's go. Let's go. Now that harm touch is down, I guess anything can happen. I was trying to demonstrate some bow quests. Let's go back to that. Couple little gate pops. Graveyard pop over here. I hit him with the weighted axe. Whoops. Forgot what I was doing. That takes a while to recover from. Alright, still can't attack. Alright, here we go. Shoot him. I tried to hit Toro, my bad. I really wasn't trying to. Alright. Now it's rooted. I can back up. Oh yeah, these are lower level, huh? Yeah, less than an hour now till the question of the day. It's actually going to be on a topic that I've touched upon already this morning. You know, a little hint there, a little... Maybe it's not a hint. Maybe that doesn't help at all. I've touched on a few topics this morning. Might not be the one you think. Oops. Shot Toro. I told you I'd bring the smoke today. So I don't have a taunt. Let's change that. Big taunt number 3 on page 3. Dang, didn't I just ding? Almost too crazy. I'm trying to hold aggro whenever possible. I'm just not trying very hard. Once upon a time, cast Disease Cloud on the pole, you were good. That's all you needed. Now, I swear, you could spam Disease Cloud, you'd probably still lose aggro. They nerfed it so bad. And by now, it's like years now. I'm crying over a nerf from years ago. Hey, grats. Grats on 32. You gotta, like, cast snares. You gotta cast debuffs. There's, like, still so many easy mode ways for Shadow Knights to get and hold aggro. You know what I mean? As somebody who grew up playing a warrior, let me tell you, even after the nerf, at least you have, at least there's options. As a warrior, you know what the options are. Like, the taunt skill is the taunt skill. It does what it does. But as for holding aggro consistently, you need procs, right? You gotta have the aggro weapon set, and you gotta proc. It's gotta happen. And if you don't get your procs, you know, if the group doesn't kind of throttle their DPS, they're gonna take aggro, and you're gonna look like a bad tank. And it's just, I didn't proc, you know? That's warrior life. Shadow Knights, they got options. Ishiwatari EQ, it's good to see you. I was just talking about, you know, I'm taking it easy over here. If I lose aggro, I lose aggro. I'm trying, but, like, I'm not sweating over it. I should sweat over it a little bit. You know, I got nice regen. I'm sure these guys would appreciate having their HP in case anything pops off. Anything can happen. It's a PvP server, after all. Ishiwatari EQ, if you couldn't guess, we're just getting started over here. Already level 32, flying through this level 30, number 30 special, right? It's the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPASHFEST 2025, number 30, and it is now level 32. Sprunkit, Hill William, Toro is still 31, but I'm sure he's about to be 32 also. You know, we're doing it. We're doing it big. And if anybody you know, Fardotron wakes up a little later and he's a little behind, it's fine. You know, as long as we're all close enough to ding, it's you know, nothing has to be an even 30 now. You know, we're deep. We're just getting started, but we're deep. Is that you on Koshak? I had a prediction that at 8 a.m. there'd be 24 players on the server, and only 6 of them are flowers. That was my prediction. As it stands, there are 10 players online, 44 minutes before the predicted time, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flowers. So we need like 14 ops to log in the next 44 minutes for my prediction to be right. And that's counting Logger, right? If they said there was 25 players on and Logger was one of them, you know I'd be over here trying to argue Logger don't count. But if there's only 10 players on, I'm gonna be like thankful Lager kept us out of the single digits. You know, that's just how it goes. I'm trying to be transparent about my silliness with that. This XP is too good. It's thanks to the masterful pulling of Ludwig von. He's carrying us, honestly. Pulling, crowd control, little mana regen, little HP regen. He's doing it all. Bards are honestly too good. Don't nerf them or anything, but they're too good. Well, this doesn't proc at level 32 yet. We'll keep watching. See when it procs. I like the weapon. I like the look of it. I like the stats of it. The ratio's not bad. The proc is good, but if I'm too low level to proc it, I'd probably move it, right? Onto something that can proc it. Just a thought. Dark blue. Pretty low level for one of these, I would say. Okay. Let's see, what other improvements could be made here? The Drake Scale Cloak. Now, if I took this off, what does my agility go to? 70, it looks like, 70. So if I took a 5 off of that by putting on the Lodi back, that would be a pretty big hit. I don't know if I could do, I don't know if I could do a Lodi back on this guy. Maybe if I swapped out a wrist, right? I would hate to give up a silver chitin. I like to call them chitlins. Fardotron would call me out if I called them chitlins, and I don't think Fardotron's awake yet, so I'll save all the chitlin talk for later. They're silver chitin wristbands, right? Scientific word, not a fantasy word. Not up for debate, I guess, you know? It's like in dictionaries and stuff. Unlike Lucklin, which was up for plenty of debate until set in stone. What else is up for debate? Pronunciation wise in EverQuest. I say Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? WoW rhymes with Sow. Right? That's and I've been calling it Sow since before World of Warcraft, but by calling it, I mean typing the letters. We didn't have to pronounce these things out loud originally, unless you were like, you know, playing with your friend. I feel like voice chat wasn't a huge thing in the very early days. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm sure it existed, but like I learned to type on EverQuest because that was the way we were, communicating with each other. Um, Looking down and hunting and pecking was getting me killed too much. I had to actually learn the home row, and out of necessity. EverQuest gave me the necessity to learn to type that Mavis Beacon never could. You know what I mean? Even typing class in school, that was my worst subject. I used to have like real anxiety in typing class, and EverQuest changed that for me. Now I'd say I'm a pretty solid typer. I type pretty fast with pretty good accuracy. I don't look. It's all thanks to EQ, 100%. I don't want any of this goodies going to waste over here. Okay, so got the buff top slotted on myself. That's good. Let's fix it. It's good, but it could be better. I like my open top slot. I mean, if a song lands in the top, it is what it is. It's temporary. I just, in case anything negative happens on me, I prefer it to happen right there, right in the top slot. I have not been turtle booting. Whoops. Nice long cast time right before the fight here. I'll join when I can. But yeah, here and there I've been popping on that Idle game. I don't know if anybody watched me play NGU Idle on YouTube. I think it was last week. I did two long streams of it without no mic, no camera, just gameplay, and it's has idle right in the name, so I could already tell you how active that gameplay is. But it's fun. I love stuff like that. One of the things that was giving me a hard time was just how fast some of the bars were moving. Right, they were like flickering because it was going so fast, and that was starting to get a little annoying and hard to look at. But lo and behold, I'm digging around in the settings, and I found something that is just you could uncheck the box that has the fast moving bars, and it's just if it moves faster than like, like pretty fast, if it's like flickering, it just stays solid. You know what I mean? With no real change to the gameplay at all. It's just a little less freaking distracting in the corner there. Oh, I love the game now. It's so fun. Well, okay. Fun is subjective, right? I have fun with it because it tickles that part of my brain that really enjoys like incrementing numbers and trying to do this and that and like, okay, now do it again. Okay, now do it. You know what I mean? It's very grindy. It's probably the grindiest game I've ever seen in my freaking life. And I've only just started it. I don't know if I would ever recommend it to anybody unless they have, you know, whatever whatever is going on up here that makes me like that. If you have that too, then I would definitely recommend it. But for the general public and population, I would tell you like, nah, this game's like probably not for you. It's not very like game like. It's fun though. It's fun. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I unlocked the challenge mode. I just want to fill you guys in while we're sitting waiting on pops. So the first challenge was to just basically start over, like, well, as far as the number, which is like your main multiplier, that I had spent 3 or 4 days, like, grinding to get the number up. You just set that back to 0 or 1 or whatever and start over, basically. And yeah, that's the first challenge. And then you finish it, and it's like, okay, you could do this challenge 5 times, so you get a pretty good reward each time, and an even better reward for the 5th time. Anyway, so I've restarted 3 times now. Almost done with that first challenge, and over the course of that, I did one of those in under 24 hours, so it unlocked challenge 3, which is starting over again. You can't use augments, which is one of the main, like, multipliers you use for your stats, and you got to beat the same boss in under 24 hours. So I got a lot of grinding ahead of me. It's I think to unlock the next difficulty, you got to beat boss like 340 or something like that. And so far, I'm on boss like 60 something's the furthest I've gotten. So it'll be very grindy thing, but it's something you pop in, you do the stuff you want to do, and then you let it do its thing. Like, it doesn't even need to be open. Um, it does certain things when it's open and certain things when it's closed. Either way, you're grinding. You know what I mean? So it's like kind of just set and forget a bunch of stuff. It's fun. It's fun if you like that kind of stuff, and I seem to. I've been playing a lot of varied. I don't know what you call those, like idle clickers or whatever. I found one that's very much like Farmville. Like, I equated that one to Farmville, but it's like, if you saw it, it looks nothing at all like Farmville. It's just, mindless nonsense as far as like Farmville. Nothing against it. Anyway, I found one that's literally just like Farmville. Looks like Farmville and everything, except you're in the ocean and you have to like build the plots. You know what I mean? You put the dirt down and then you can do your farm. So it's very like free sandboxy thing like that. Free form sandbox. It costs a couple bucks, I think. It's not free, but it's like if you ever played Farmville and wondered what it would be like if they weren't trying to fucking paywall everything, right? With the energy meter, and you were just like free to grow your crops and harvest them when they're ready and plant more crops, like with no freaking timer bar trying to shake you down for money. Yeah, it's exactly what it's like. It's called a refarm. I put in a few minutes of play the other night. Like I said, I've been just out there on the Steam store, just buying games because something about it looks like it might be fun, and I gotta know. I gotta try it. As long as it's a good enough sale, you know. Anyways, I'm over here yapping. How's everybody doing this morning? We got a question of the day coming up in a half hour. Something we do every Sunday. So, hype for that. It's always a little question of the day hype. I like to pretend there is. Let's see if I can refill this coffee mug. After this. Let's see if I can. I mean, this is a big mug. I might have fit the whole pot in the first shot. If there's still some coffee left, I'm going to refill. If there's not, I'm thirsty. I'm going to brew a little more coffee. So let's see. Either way, I'll be right back right after this. Right after this ghoulish, whatever that word is. And silly. I don't know. Ankle. Ghoulish ankle. What are these guys? Be right back. Don't keep an eye on my shout knife for me, all right? I don't know if I trust these guys. No, I'm just kidding. These guys are cool. They're very cool. But this is a PvP server. Anything can happen. I'm gonna be back really quick, like 2 minutes. Just keep my guy safe. Not even 2 minutes. Be right back. I told you. I told you I'd be right back. Hey, cheers. It's the Bob's Burgers mug. Clink. Oh, you're drinking so much coffee. I seem to have made a decently sized pot this morning. I knew. I had a feeling that I was going to be craving the big caffeine today. Sundays. It's made for EverQuest. Let's face it. Got a whole week to worry about. Oh, we got a player in the zone. Gulp. Of course, my harm touch is down. He's got a Sal. You think that's going to be a plug? Sorry. If harm touch was up, that was it. Right there. I even hit the button just for good measure. But I freaking fat fingered it not that long ago. He's gone. He got that spirit of wolf in him. I should have went for a pumice at some point, but it's alright. It's alright. He'll think twice. He'll be back. I knew he had a fungi tunic because I messed with him in Crushbone one time. I think on stream, even. I was just like, if this guy's got a fungi, I'm good. And he had a fungi, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I can't overcome that. Below level 20, you know what I mean? They got to really cooperate with you as far as, whoops. Oh my god. I accidentally zoned again. They got to cooperate as far as, like, not not moving around too much. They got to really just sit there and take the damage. Because if they, you know, they dodge a couple rounds, they regen more than a couple rounds. It's just not good math for you. Well, you know, over level 20, you're actually dealing some bops you can overcome. Right now, yeah, we can overcome. How long till harm touch is up, right? It wasn't that long ago that I've messed up. I accidentally used it. Yeah, he resisted the snare attempt, which is typical, right? Snare is, you know, game breaking when it lands, but most of the time it's not gonna land. It's gonna freaking be resisted by, you know, geared players that stack magic resist. Are gonna be able to resist that. So he had the Spirit of Wolf, clearly. Right, he was able to outrun my J-Boot strafing easily. So, only either use a potion or he's like got a druid not far away somewhere. Right? That's why I think it's not the last we'll see of that player, I don't think, because they knew we were here, right? They're offline now, but they saw us on and on, and they're like, I'm gonna go over there, right? There's the intent, I would say. Unless they just happen to, you know, log in the zone without knowing, and we're like, you know, just passing through. I don't know about all that. I'm not leader, I can't. Checking the Who All list. So we got 20 minutes until 8 a.m., which today is not only the question of the day introduction, but it's also the time of my prediction, right? I made a prediction that there would be 24 I wrote it down. 24 players online on the server, and 6 of them would be Flowers That Happen. This is just a prediction. Now let's see in 20 minutes how accurate that is. Almost level 33. I keep trying to invite. I'm just, you know, I'm used to that. I'm used to that role. Gotta keep the buffs very fresh. We got room for one more. Anybody level 30-ish want to come down here? Want to come in peace? We could talk about it. We could think about it. Just be warned. If we don't get enough PvP action, we might start swinging on teammates. Because I promised. We got a little PvP action so far, right? Chase that one guy out. I had fat finger to harm touch. You know, not that long ago, I was trying to change camera angles, or I was trying to turn off the UI to celebrate dinging, right? So it was when I hit 32, just to put things in perspective, how long ago it was. I accidentally hit the harm touch button and hit the mob with the harm touch. You know, no bit whoopsie, no big deal. It'll be back. Takes 72 minutes. QQ. But that's when the invader came and they escaped, right? Their HP was low. They would have been toast. I do think, you know, they had the sal, but they didn't really have the HP buff. I should have went with the pumice. I went with the snare. It was resisted. You can't resist a pumice. So you know your buffs better be stacked in the right order for that pumice. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, whatever. Next time. I said they'd be back. That's wishful thinking, though. I don't know if they'll be back. It kind of seems like, honestly, to be real honest about what happened, I think they logged in the zone. Right around the corner there, probably, where we found them. And they were trying to camp out. But I caught them sitting. Then again, they probably... Oh, shit, I'm getting backstabbed. Oh, shit, I'm stunned. Wow. That was so much damage in such a short period of time there. So I should sit for a second. So what I was saying, I think that they logged in there. I think they were going to camp. Probably didn't want the smoke. I tried to bring them the smoke anyway. They lived. They got away. You know, I call that a W for them as far as surviving. You know, survival's a W. You survived. I did taunt it, but, you know, if it doesn't do anything, it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, really pissed at you, I bet. It's a whole pile of corpses over here. About to ding 33. Hardly wait. Looking for a two-hander for your pet. Well, I think one will drop. It might get disarmed onto the ground. So, we'll have to see. Oh wait, I'm not disarming. Never mind. That's a two-hander for your pet. Right there. Hey, Antonio's block party. It's true. We're just getting started over here. In fact, about to ding 33. Started out this stream a nice round 30 in honor of a nice round number 30. Let's go. Let's say it. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 30. And here we are. I'm so glad you're here, Antonio's block party. Everybody that's here, showing up, turning up. Sometimes it's hard to type commands without being able to see the word. But there we go. Hold on. Let's go. Hey you, yes you. We're just getting started over here. Let's see if I can tank this thing without seeing it. Ding 33. It's a big level, right? Nice nice and the palindrome, right? 33. It's not a very exciting palindrome, but it is, right? Same thing forwards and backwards. That's something. You know, it's not a spell level, but it's also not a hell level. So I think it's worth dancing about. Even if it was a hell level, we'd still probably dance about it, but let's freaking go. Hey, if you didn't think we could do it, if you came to the stream just to hate on Flowers of Happiness, well, first of all, why? Why would you do that, you know? Okay, fine. Maybe there's some reason that you hold grudges for a long time. That's fine. But still, slash rude for any haters. You know, Flower, we're just spreading happiness. That's what we do. That's what Flowers of Happiness has been doing for literal decades. And you know, 5,000 more years of Flowers of Happiness. Let's fucking go. Ding 33. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. Number 30. Already 3 levels deep. And we're just getting started. So what's that tell you? Plenty more EverQuest to enjoy today. Hopefully some more EverQuest PvP to enjoy today, because I'm not satisfied. There's one that got away, okay? A little a rogue named Fist Deep came and ran, right? It's my own fault. I had I was trying to celebrate dinging 32, and I accidentally fat fingered a harm touch, right? You know, no big deal. But then harm touch wasn't up when I needed it. And need is a strong word. I didn't need it. I just wanted it. It was the finisher. I was missing my finisher. They were able to use their superior run speed and you know, decent zoning capabilities to hit lesser Fey and skedaddle. You know, it is what it is. Can't win them all. I said they'll be back, but it's wishful thinking. I don't know. The longer they wait, the higher level we all are, right? Maybe we'll ding up into range of the ops, but you know, what are you guys waiting for? If they wait any longer, my harm touch is gonna be back up. They better make their move quick. I'm only gonna fat finger it once today. I don't usually do that. I'm usually pretty careful not to accidentally use my favorite move. Even con, level 33. what else have I been playing this week? Nine Kings. I got 2 achievements left. I want to get those achievements, and then I'll probably be good on Nine Kings for a while until they release the last 2 Kings. I like to try to complete these games as far as the achievements go, and they don't make it easy. For Nine Kings, the 2 achievements I have left are the speed run one. You gotta finish a run in under 9 minutes. I haven't given it a good effort in a while to do that. I think my fastest was like 13 minutes. But that was like probably the first or second day I'd been playing. I'm a lot better at it now, and I've unlocked more perks or whatever because it's kind of rogue light, not rogue like, right? Even though it's nothing like either, or you know what I mean? It's rogue. It's not like rogue at all. It's a run based game. That's what it has in common. Anyways, Nine Kings. So that means I got level 99 lab rats. I did that achievement. I actually got lab rats way higher than that on some of the runs. I figured out the secret there. There's a perk that makes your lab rats start, I think, level 3 or something like that, or +3 levels. Or maybe I just multiplied it. Whatever it was. I had like lab rats going +3, and then you play lab rats next to lab rats, and it would make the other one level 3 times. So I was just like cloning lab rats, putting lab rats next to lab rats, and really farming levels that way. Get them up high enough, and then do the perk that doubles the level of all your lab rats. Obviously, helps a lot. Um, Seems you can only get that perk once in a run. Once you get it, I'm gonna go ahead and say it does not show back up in the list because you'll see it like every couple of re-rolls until you take it. And once you take it, I've re-rolled like hundreds of times without seeing it. Because I was playing on progress. I guess it doesn't matter what you're playing on because it's a rainbow card. But I had the goats. Some of the games where I was trying to re-roll and see it a second time. I was really experimenting. You can get your gold so high with those scapegoats. You get those level 3, max level, and you get their population high with farms or populate cards, whatever it is. Just get a lot of goats, and you get 3 gold per goat per level of the goats. So like 9 gold per goat at level 3 every time they die, and they don't do anything. So you just don't boost their stats, you just boost their pop. Get a ton of them, and let them die every round. You get so much gold, like thousands of gold. It's totally broken. And yeah, I use that to power up, what I considered a satisfactory sample size of rerolls, and that's where I say you can only get that perk once. It's like a unique perk. You get it, and then it just removes it. Hey, question of the day. It's time. Ishiwatari EQ. Thank you. Listen, this one, like I said, I already touched on the topic today. I have one in mind specifically. I want to know for you guys, what's your least favorite insect? Is there any bugs that give you the creepy crawlies, or you just like have a particular disdain for any in particular? I have a few that I don't like. I told you the nightmarish situation I was having with wasps over this weekend. I'm gonna have the upper hand. Listen, Fippy Darkpaw wouldn't let just a little couple freaking buzzin' boys stop him from overtaking Kanos, and I'm not gonna either. Mistmoore granite. What's that for? It looks so familiar. Your wife said millipedes that come out of the drain. Oh yeah, those you're talking about those little like silverfish ones or whatever? Those ugh. For Armor of Roe, gotcha. You're pulling from way in there. Will sappers and jeering gargoyles. Cool. Oh yeah, let's move up then. We're getting the pops. All right. We're really in it. We're really doing it. All right. Question of the day. What's your least favorite insect? And do you have any specific reasons? Now, um, wasps are nasty. And Tony's Block Party says, you gotta say, even though they're arthropods and not insects, ticks scare me shitless. If we're talking straight insects, I'm with you on wasps/hornets. Yes, yeah, Tony's Block Party. Thank you for clarifying that. Ticks, they're not insects, right? And they are definitely very scary. See, I'm from like tick country or tick illness country, let's say. Um, I feel like pretty much all of America is now, but like like Lyme disease. There's a place called Old Lyme, and it's not too far away. You know what I mean? That's where like they invented that shit basically. And yeah, they're scary. Um, the thought of a little tiny bug you can barely see causing like lifelong injuries to you. You know what I mean? And it's not just Lyme disease. There's like new tick-borne illnesses all the time. Maybe not new, but like new to us or new to regions. It's that one that can make you like allergic to red meat. I think like if they counted as insects, I think they would definitely be my top. Any spider that's not a little jumping spider turns you into a scared little kid. We got some big spiders around here. Not like tarantulas or anything, but like wood wolf spiders or whatever. You know what I mean? They can get pretty freaking large. I saw a pretty big brown recluse on somebody's roof when I was working recently. It was like under the drip edge. I gotta like pull the drip edge up so get the gutter underneath, and I'm about to grab the drip edge, and this freaking big brown recluse comes out from underneath and just looks at me. I'm like, whoa. Good uke. You have a permanent bump next to your eye. You visited Arkansas. There were 2 ticks using one hole. Ugh, ticks are just awful, awful critters. I hate them. Um, Go camping in the jungle in Ecuador, see some interesting bugs. Yeah, I bet. You're going with fire ants, Captain Long Whistle? Yeah, those are scary. So ants, they have like a hive mind, right? Like they are, you can consider like an ant colony, almost like an organism, right? Like they work together towards a goal, kind of in the way like our own body is a collection of smaller units working together as a goal. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy. Um, just ant tech, almost alien. You know what I mean? Bugs in Texas were horrible. Yeah. So one thing I've only been down south a couple times, right? And it was like Florida every time. Let's face it. Um, the bugs get bigger. You know what I mean? They just keep getting bigger the further south you go. That's what it seems like to me. You got bit on the ear. Wow, from ticks. Oof. The running cutter repellent ads after I said all that. That's so funny. Yeah, the ads are probably gonna be all freaking. 'Tis the season though. You know what I mean? I got a mosquito bite on my wrist. I really don't like mosquitoes. You know, I think mosquitoes might be one of my least favorites. But after after that situation, I sprayed the wasp net, the yellow jackets, which are like a pretty aggressive like ground wasp. They look almost like a bee, right? They have a yellow and black pattern, but they're not. They're not bees at all. They're like more like a hornet in behavior, right? Um, and they're pretty aggressive. They're not really one of those like just leave them alone and they'll leave you alone. They're like one of those like buzzing at your face, like trying to get you to swat at them. So they're like, hey, you made the first move. I'm gonna sting him 5 times and also bite. They bite too. I don't know if you've ever been attacked by yellow jackets. I've seen them do it. It traumatizing. This is why they're my least favorite. They'll bite you and then they'll sting you right where they bit you. You know what I mean? They'll like to get the stinger like deeper. I actually got stung in my belly button one time. Listen to this story. I'm at the pool. I'm at the park. The public pool had a concession stand outside. I'm buying candy at the concession stand with my, my change. Because it was the 90s and you could buy candy with like a pocket full of change. And anyway, I bought a little box of Boston baked beans. I don't know if you guys ever had Boston baked beans. They're delicious. I don't know why they're called Boston baked beans. They are peanuts with a hard candy shell. Anyway, I'm popping a couple Boston baked beans, minding my own business, shirtless, because I was, I was at the pool. And I thought I like dropped a Boston baked bean. I don't know if I was passing from box to hand or I was popping one in my mouth. Whatever it was, I felt something hit my stomach, and I thought it was a Boston baked bean. And I go to grab it, and it's a fucking yellow jacket in my belly button, and it stings me, and I got sick. Like I got like ill. I'm not allergic to bee stings or whatever, but I think it was just the location of the sting. I don't know if that was like a direct pipeline to my innards, but or maybe it was totally unrelated. Maybe I just, maybe I would have been sick anyway. Maybe it was the Boston baked beans, but to me it was related to the yellow jacket sting. But got stung by them plenty of times as a kid, so a good thing I wasn't allergic. Remember one time there was a nest underneath a hammock, and me and my sister were young and uh, like kind of quarreling over the hammock. Like I think we were both like racing for it, and either way, one of us stepped in it, the nest of yellow jackets, and pissed them off. Probably her because she got stung on the foot a bunch of times. I got stung like in the arms. We both got stung several times, but I think she got it worse than me, honestly. That's why I think it was probably her that stepped in it. But yeah, yellow jackets are just vicious. I haven't been stung in years because I'm not messing around with them no more. I'm also not quarreling over hammocks lately. One too many monarchs. It's good to see you. Um, Ishiwatari, you like your mellow European climate. You wouldn't go to Australia even at gunpoint. I see. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by the outback, but I would probably die to large scorpion or snake or spider or something. Everything's out to kill you out there. Let's be honest. I've never been. But yeah, as far as insects, yeah, yellow jacket wasps are my specific least favorite. Least favorite. I'm gonna update the title right now. Your osteophone was bit by a funnel web spider and nearly died. Yeah, those are pretty scary. Huh? I remember when I was a kid, I saw a funnel shaped web and I thought it meant it was a funnel web spider, and I was like scared. But I think wolf spiders also make funnel shaped webs. You know what I mean? And they're not like very poisonous. I think they'll probably bite you and hurt, but they're not like not on the short list of venomous spiders here that can kill you. which I think is Black Widow and Brown Recluse, right? Either way, those aren't insects anyway. Those are spiders. QOTD. I gotta know. I gotta know. What's your least favorite insect? There's a lot of creepy crawlers out there. Now, I do appreciate a good I should probably like assist. Not be a freaking drain on the group. You're supposed to go do some morning BJJ. You drank like 3 beers last night. Hate your life, all decisions you've made. Listen, it's always a new day. It's a new day today. The decisions of the past are in the past. You can change the future with what you do now in the present, right? Don't let your past actions define you. Break the cycle. Good you got this. Oh, Yonder Wiley, what'd you say? You don't think you've ever been stung more than once at any time? Yeah, that's good. That's good, because I feel like the more, the worse. You know what I mean? Even yellow jackets, if enough of them stung you, would probably be a real bad situation. Because they're injecting something into you. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna reach like a critical point. It's too much. You think jumping spiders are cute? You have no problem with them. Scare shitless of other spiders. Is it the eyes? See, I'm almost the opposite. Like an orb weaver type spider or whatever, something in its web, chilling. As long as I don't touch the web, it's a beautiful thing. You can look at it, you can appreciate, you could thank it for catching flying pest insects, mosquitoes and stuff. But you're good, you're a nice, good spider. I like you. I would happily cohabitate with a spider like that. You know what I mean? Like I'd let it live with me as long as it, stayed in its web and did its web thing. That'd be cool. But a jumping spider, those are like unpredictable. I'm like, they make me a little nervous because it's right in the name. They jump. They're right there. Now they're over there. They jump. They like teleport. There should be teleporting spiders because they're too fast. In Texas, there'd be a clump of 50 daddy longlegs vibrating in unison in a corner. Yeah, daddy longlegs are weird, huh? They say those are poisonous, but their fangs are too short to pierce human skin. Or is that an urban legend? Does anybody know the actual hard facts on that? I learned that as a kid. They jump because they love the taste of human blood. Yeah. My favorite thing would be if somebody's looking for like identification of a spider, you tell them that's a scout spider. That's like the one that the rest of the spiders send first. And by killing it, now they're gonna send the search and rescue spiders. It's good, clean fun. Good, freak somebody out. Right? They're just not built for that. Okay, other the seek and destroy spiders. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of insects I really don't like. I respect ants. I think that like hive mind stuff is neat. That being said, uh, I feel like wasps are not that far off from ants, right? Like they have hives. They have the queen, right? I don't know. Bees have queens. Do wasps have queens? Um, I wonder if wasps have a hive mind too. Wasps do have queens. Oh, there's a pet on. Oh no, thought it was on Hill William for a second. Wasps have queens. You learned all about it yesterday. That's Interesting thing. Okay, let's talk hornets. Sometimes in the course of you know, my work day, I'll come across hornets, hornet nests. Um, it's just one of those things you really can't take lightly, or at least I can't. I'm not allergic or anything, but I'm not trying to friggin' ruin my day, my week. You know what I mean? Like how that might ruin more than just a day. You know, you get stung by enough hornets, you might be in some serious trouble. Like they're vicious. Unlike bees, you know what I mean? They can sting you more than once, and they do. They can, they will, and they do. A hornet with those paper wasp nests. All the wasps die and fall except the queen, who moves to a new place and starts a new nest. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I found 4 yellow jacket nests this weekend. I would say I've taken care of 2. 2 of them are to be determined. I was planning on going out there this morning to take a look, but listen, that's an earthly concern. I'm here on Norath, right? The only wasps I gotta worry about here are in, you know, Fadark, Burning Woods. You know, I don't gotta worry too much. The yellow jackets do look a lot like EverQuest wasps, right? Very much, definitely modeled after. You think palmetto bugs gotta be your least favorite? You live in Florida, the damn things are everywhere. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about when I was saying they get bigger the further south you go. Those are what I got in mind. Those are honestly vile. I think they'd probably be my least favorite if I lived down there too. Um, as a visitor, I only, you know, would see them in passing. They were not a part of my life. Not a, you know, they stayed in Florida and I went back home. So they've been able to stay off of my least favorite bug radar so far. But I can see that being a very valid answer. They're just like giant roaches, right? Like filthy, stinking, uh, you know, disease carrying freaking pests. Toro says cicadas are nasty bugs. Yeah, sure. They're huge. Um, I remember as a kid, I was fascinated. One of the broods emerged in my childhood, and there's those shells were everywhere, and I was like collecting them. I would collect all the cicada shells I could find, and I kept them in a box. Looking back at it, it's like nasty. Why do I have all these friggin' bug exoskeletons in a box? You know, I thought it was cool. Um, I think they started like, you know, falling apart, and I threw them away. Hang them on your shirt. Yeah, sure. Fashionable fashion statement. Um, when you were hiking in Virginia, you would wake up with giant slugs on your body. That didn't switch you to an enclosed tent, though you were tougher back then. Yeah, I mean that takes a certain level of dedication to the craft of whoops. Oh my god, aren't I the worst, Ludwig von? I just won't make up my dang mind. I'm on the usher now. Cicadas got a gross look to them. I especially like the shells. I thought were cool, but that was just an empty exoskeleton, right? It looked like it had a lot of bug-like features, but it was, you know, kind of translucent and, you know, clearly not alive. You see one of them things freaking crawling around, and they're kind of spooky and gross. And then the, you know, the bug that emerges with the wings. Oh my god, kind of nightmare fuel because they're so big. You know, it'd be one thing if they were a fraction of the size, like normal bug size things. It'd be one thing, but they're so big. It's like ugh. But it's not an everyday thing, right? In fact, it's not an every year thing. You only got cicada broods emerging every now and again. But I guess if you're kind of like in an overlap between regions, there could be multiple broods, right? Where You see this one every 13 years, but you see this one every friggin' 8 years, and you know the way they end up falling, it's like you're seeing cicadas every couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can see that. I think we only got the one brood out here, and it's a pretty infrequent one. All right. Speaking of infrequent things, when I was a kid, I remember this one time for multiple days. I would walk home from school. It was like probably early fall, maybe late summer, early fall, early in the school year. Um, There's a bunch of grasshoppers, like more grasshoppers than I'd ever seen in my life. And the thing about them was they were kind of like a weird color. They were like gray and orange, and they were like everywhere. And anyway, I've learned now that locusts are grasshoppers that locustize, right? They like switch modes and they like have a different color pattern and they swarm. And anyway, what I had seen as a kid, what I had experienced was a locust swarm. There had been a local locust swarm, and I can't find any record of it. Like if you can see like locust swarms historically, when and where they were, it doesn't match up to any like known recorded locust swarm. If I had known it was a big deal, I would have like got proof as a kid or whatever. But like, you know what I mean? Like I lived through it. I experienced the locust swarm. It seemed to be pretty local. I was near where I went to school at the park near my house. Weird. It's not like really an agricultural place or anything. They didn't like ruin crops or anything, which is maybe why it wasn't reported or recorded. You know what I mean? It was just like kind of a nuisance thing. Just a ton of fucking weird gray and orange grasshoppers everywhere. Or maybe it was a recorded swarm, but it's just like happened further away than they thought in the recordings. But even the time didn't really line up. The year that I remember it being, which would have been probably around 94. You know, a central Connecticut locust swarm in the mid 90s. You know, I can't really match that up to any. Anyway, I was there. I saw it. You know, I didn't call it locust at the time. I thought they were grasshoppers, but when I learned that locusts are grasshoppers, they just kind of like switch modes or whatever. Um, that's absolutely 100% what I seen because I've never seen those colored grasshoppers again, which I thought was weird because it was like I remember when they were everywhere. You know, you hate flies. You're bald, they land on your head over and over. Their name is unoriginal. We don't call fish swims. These are excellent points, Splendid Genesis. That is such an unoriginal name. Plenty of bugs fly, but we call that one just fly. Yeah, weird. Weird. Now that you mention, I never thought about that, and there should at least be one fish named to swim. Now that you mention it, if there's one bug named to fly, salute level 34. Let's dance. Well, the group rage is on. I will dance. I will wave, and I will salute. Right, everybody that's here right now, I thank you for being here. I take a bow, and I'll even kneel down. Thank you so much, right? I couldn't do it without you. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 30. Started out at level 30. Any PvP action sent from the mountains. Logan, it's good to see you. Happy belated B-Day. And it's awesome that you're up in the mountains and you're getting a little service. You're stopping in for the Swamp Fest. We got a little bit of PvP so far. Some rogue popped in and got chased away. If I hadn't fat fingered a harm touch in a PvE moment, it was actually a ding celebration, not unlike what you just saw for level 34. I accidentally harm touched a mob. So then when the PvP happened, harm touch was down and they got away. They would have died. You all saw it. It's alright. I said they'd be back, but I don't think they'll be back. They don't want the smoke. Nobody wants the smoke today. Um, You think the flies are attracted to the baldness? Um, you know what I think about when I think about flies? I think about that Primus song and music video, "Shake Hands with Beef," where they are the flies at like a cookout and they're buzzing around, getting like swatted at and stuff. They're like little tiny, playing bass and guitar and stuff. It's great, great video. If you haven't seen the "Shake Hands with Beef" video, it'll be stuck in your head all day. You're saying spiders the only answer possible and ant is number two. Yeah, I mean spiders technically aren't insects, but they're creepy crawly enough. We'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. Now, if you had to pick, Logan, if you got a moment to pick between the jumping variety or the web crawling variety, which spiders do you hate more? I gotta know. It's just the question of the day. You know, I'm taking a survey. I'm not gonna like come put spiders on anybody's pillow or anything. Your answer's safe with me. You know, it's just a casual little question. You don't like the web ones, yeah. I don't like the webs. Like I like the look of the webs. They're beautiful. They're a marvel of insect engineering, and I appreciate the architecture. But I don't like walking into a nest. I hate that feeling, right? We've all done it. You're just like walking, probably on a trail or something, and everything's great. You're loving it, and you walk through that nest, and it's just like ah. I'm not even gonna freak out too bad, but you know what it is. You turn into a ninja. You gotta chop the air. You gotta kick. You gotta thrash about, and it probably didn't help. You know, you're probably still covered in Grats on 34, Hill William. We're like neck and neck. Excellent. Excellent grind in progress. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest at that. I gotta love it. Hey, Logan, I appreciate you stopping in. I really do. Have a great hike. You know, have a great trip out there. You're living the dream, you know? It's only summer, but once a year. Gotta take full advantage. Talk to you soon. The rest of us, we're just getting started over here. 10% into 34. Now, wasn't I just celebrating? Already 10% in. You just climbed the fifth highest mountain in the Adirondacks yesterday. More to come. Hell yeah. Congrats. That's awesome. It's really cool. I like their sodas, right? Adirondack soda. Great brand. She is. It's the Winnie Show. She's come to stream EverQuest. She loves this game. Winnie, look, we're in Mistmoore. Yeah, you're in Mistmoore now. You're a Shadow Knight. Oh, you are so cute. Haven't had Chester in the stream in a while, but Winnie is a willing participant. You want to sit with me? Yes. Yes, thank you, Winnie. Love this. Love playing EverQuest with the cat. Good girl. Oh. And she's gone. That's a blessing, though. Anytime little Winnie wants to make it a little appearance. That was so weird. That was like the first bag I opened, so I thought. And the Lev cloak wasn't in it because I didn't open the bag. Apparently. I start freaking out like, I checked all 4 bags. Where's the Lev cloak? It's still there. It's all good. Yeah, let's see what repops. Some stuff below. Couple things. I'll pull it. Whoa. Bunch of them. I don't know. I don't know if I could single pull this. Or at least not from that attempt. Let's see what happens. Okay. Actually, pretty good. I thought these ones were going to aggro seeing me on the ledge like that. Oh, I was supposed to do my, what was it called? So it's 8:34 now. My prediction was at 8 a.m. we'd have 24 players, which we do. We have 24 players now. There's 6 flowers. So my prediction's right, but I forgot to check it at 8 o'clock. It probably wasn't right 34 minutes ago, but it's right now. What a coincidence. I was pulling, huh? Try another one. That's only a dark blue, which is fine. We'll kill it. Oh, repop. Looks like everybody's back. Good. Yeah, we're talking least favorite insects today. That's the question of the day. 'Tis the season, you know what I mean? Like summer and insects. Yeah, they go hand in hand. It's one of those things that I almost forget about every year. You look forward to the good weather. It's like I can't wait to do stuff outside. And then finally you get to go outside and it's like, oh yeah, bugs. Friggin' mosquitoes. I think that might be my least favorite. I got a mosquito bite right here on my wrist right now. It's so itchy. And you know, like you can't avoid you can wear insect repellent. I guess that'll work. But if you know what I mean, they'll get you when you don't. Like even if you put on insect repellent every time you're gonna go like do something outside, they'll get you like checking the mail, taking out the garbage. They'll get you like on the way to the car. They'll even get you in the car. You know, you'll open the door to get in. One flies in with you and bites you 10 minutes later while you're driving. You know what I mean? Like, ah, I hate mosquitoes. They might be. I might dislike them more than wasps. But just seeing the yellow jackets filing one by one through that crack in the door frame into the house though was it's really gonna leave an impression on me where as I eliminate the rest of these nests, I'm gonna remember that. You know, I'm gonna make sure there's no survivors because they might come after me. You know, seeking revenge. Gotta be careful. I mean, I guess mosquitoes. It's kind of scarier, right? A wasp, you see them coming, you hear them coming. A mosquito probably bite you before you know anything. You just hope it wasn't carrying, you know, mosquito-borne illnesses. So glad we don't have that in EverQuest, right? We got big mosquitoes in EverQuest, will suckers or whatever they call them. But they don't give you like malaria or West Nile or anything like that. All right, what's next? Ludwig von on the polls. Almost halfway through 34. It's like unbelievable. But yeah, anybody played Monsters and Memories this weekend? How'd you like it? If so, you know, that's a perfectly valid topic of discussion today. It's a hot topic, really. It's current events in an EverQuest adjacent kind of space, you know. As far as all the games, all the newer games, right? Monsters and Memories is has a very EQ look and feel, you could say. Um, like a drooling online adventures is very cool too, and it's also EverQuest adjacent. But if you know what I mean, like I feel like Monsters and Memories is even closer, right? Pantheon, I call it EverQuest adjacent. World of Warcraft, I call it EverQuest adjacent, but like, you know, Monsters and Memories is like right there, really, really close. My neck is okay, 55, 55. Not bad. You did for a bit. You enjoyed it very much. Nice. Ishibutari Yuki. Very nice. I hear any progress you made this weekend, you get to carry over for the next week-long test, right? This is what Dude Boy Orc Boy was telling me. Uh, he was streaming the other day. I was watching. I think it was yesterday, actually. Time flies when you're having fun, and I've been having so much fun this weekend that I don't remember what day it was. Let's see. I'm thinking about maybe rolling up on Quarm next weekend. You know, if anybody wants to go get some red names over on Quarm with me, the more the merrier. I hear it's free for all PvP range, so you know, I sure hope nobody tries to stop us. But, I mean, that's if you didn't know. Well, now you know. Quarm's coming back August 1st, right? It's official. We knew it was coming back, but the date is relatively new update. Probably less than a week since Secrets announced August 1st return, right? The thing I can really get behind for Quarm is Lucklin. I love Lucklin. You know what I mean? If I want to enjoy Lucklin, it might be one of my only chances, right? It's not a very popular expansion, at least in the classic EverQuest community. It's all because of the Lucklin models, right? If they were called Planes of Power models or Yakisha models or something, you know what I mean? I feel like we could all say Lucklin is a great end point to classic. At least that's what I like to say. I will say it, and I do say it. But you know, Lucklin models suck. Yes, yes, we all know. You weren't required to play Lucklin models, right? It was only if you wanted your mount to work. They made you know that's when you were required. If you're cool with like you know, not you liked it. What, the Lucklin models or Lucklin in general? I like Lucklin in general, and I got used to Lucklin models, but one of the biggest things that drew me to P99 was classic models. You know what I mean? The return to classic just, you know, gave me the warm fuzzies in such a way that now when I see Lucklin models, I'm like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's personal preference. I just don't prefer the Lucklin models. You played with classic models in Lucklin. See, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like, nobody was forcing you to. Having a horse in Lucklin was, like, mostly reserved for knights, right? Tallies and Shadow Knights had that AA horse, right? Pretty much nobody else had horses. You could get, like, the one charge from Sra or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there was, like, not too many horse options. It was, like, a very exclusive luxury, really. 100K for normal people. Oh, did they even have that then? For some reason I thought they didn't even have that until Yakisha. Um, If it was 100K, then I guess anybody could get it, but it's expensive. Anyways, already more than halfway through 34. This is the 30s are fun. I love the 30s. Some of my favorite grind. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing it. Also, I came here to mess around, right? I promised my friends that we would get into some scuffles and stuff. Not yet. Not yet. You had you PK somebody had a horse rather than J boots. You couldn't see the horse because you didn't have Luckland. That's so funny. We'll grab a snack real quick while we kill. All right. Real big question of the day hours. Who up? What's your least favorite insect? Or any creepy crawly, really. You want to talk 1,000 legs? You want to talk 8 legs? You want to talk 6 legs? Whatever. You don't like worms? Whatever. We'll count it. But the question of the day is insects specifically. If you like to be, you know, specific about it. I remember one time I sat near a fire ant nest and I got bit several times on the leg. Um, live and learn. You do that once, and that's enough, right? Now you don't sit near fire ants. At least you hope not to, right? You look before you sit. That was actually in Florida. But I think we got fire ants up here too. We got fire like ants are very like Earth is ant domain. We're just kind of we just live here. Like ants are, I don't know, they're wild. I'm almost I respect ants. I'm not trying to offend any ants. You know, the hive. I would like the hive mind to have a positive feeling about me, because you know I'm almost afraid of what they're capable of. Get enough ants working towards one goal. I feel like there's nothing they can't accomplish. Aren't they like really strong too? Like proportional to their body weight, they can lift like some outrageous amount. Pretty cool. That's neat. Respect it. Oh, Ichi here, huh? Let's get you. Let's get it. Okay, gotcha. I just tried to attack Ludwig. I thought he was an NPC because he's a dark elf. Wow. I really went for it. Alright. Down to 22 players on online. I think we'll be back up to 23 once Ishiwatari gets back on his mage. Always down to clobber a repop. Flippy Darkpaw, grr, bark, bark. Look, I got the shirt on. I'm representing Clan Darkpaw. Never give up. You know it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 if I'm rocking the Fippy Darkpaw shirt. I need a Flippy Darkpaws in the chat. You know what I mean? And I'm yapping it up like I'm Yappy Darkpaw. You already know. Listen, it's the number 30 of such Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025s. And in honor of such, we got a level 30 Shadow Knight here. Sprunk it. I'm 34 now, alright? About to be 35. Maybe a hell level will slow me down, but not much. You know what I mean? Like, we're going hard. We're going hard in honor of Fippy Darkpaw. We're going hard in honor of Flippy Darkpaw. Shout out to you here right now. Hill William just dinged 35. You beat me there. The power of the Elven XP. Or I should say, the power of the troll penalty is keeping me down. Congrats on that. We were dinging at the same time a couple levels ago. Now you're dinging a bubble faster. It is what it is. Yeah, Tunair loves you so much. Sprunket actually worships Inarok. You could tell I didn't make this one because I would worship Kazakh Thul. I'm a big Kazakh Thule guy, you know, Praz Kazakh, if you will. But Inrock's cool too. Respect, respect. You want to invite? Sure, we can make that happen for you. All off tank. How's that sound? Which one are we all killing? Little Big Von's gonna be so mad at me. Right? Just waking up all his mezzes, changing targets. I hope he forgives me. The dude, I'm sorry. Flippy Darkpaw, we were talking question of the day. Question of the day today. What's your least favorite insect? Any creepy crawly will do. You know, I'm not too picky. Yeah, we're not gonna split hairs. We're not gonna actually. That's a spider. You know, we might, but still accept your answer. There's no wrong way to answer a question of the day, except by not answering. Right? Anybody who doesn't answer is doing it wrong. Everybody who does answer is doing it right. And what better way to start your day off doing right on a Sunday? You know, bright and early. 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. And we got hours of EQ to come. Hours of EQ behind us, hours of EQ ahead of us. And yeah, a couple decades into 5,000 years of flowers of happiness. We got 5 people in the group, 5 people in the zone. Literally just getting started. And who knows? What do you think will happen first? We'll get a 6th flower here in the zone, or we'll get some opposition here to try to shake things up. 26 players now. 7 flowers. So, I mean, the proportions are starting to, you know, the odds are stacking against us now. There's more non-flowers than flowers, finally. Earlier this morning, it was like FOH99 over here, you know what I mean? We've seen some oppositional names on the list, right? Who knows? Anything can happen. Chased away a little rogue. Maybe they wanted to group. Who knows? They didn't say anything. They just showed up. Probably was trying to camp. Would have got fully clobbered, but my harm touch was down. So they escaped. And that's it. No PvP since. They only got halfway clobbered, you know? A mild, partial clobbering. I have a few coulda, shoulda, wouldas from that encounter, right? I shoulda dispelled, right? I went for the snare. For the same cast time, I coulda went for a dispel, right? Snare was resisted. Dispel might have got their J-boots, right? Might have. We don't know. Could have been buried, and it would have had no bearing on the fight. But it's a coulda, shoulda, woulda moment, you know? I coulda, shoulda, woulda not harm touched by accident minutes earlier, right? That would have changed things. And I coulda, shoulda, woulda maybe put on my weighted axe, right? For the bow quest effect. I got to get used to that. I'm a bow quest lover now. I love it. I'm going to do it whenever possible. So I should have pulled out the weighted axe, basically. For that. You know, there was a couple shots I took with the bow. And it hit for a classic, you know, amount. You know, a dozen damage or whatever. Nothing crazy. Just a little ping. I'm just a Shadow Knight. If I had the weighted axe equipped, and who knows? Maybe they would have dropped right there. Oh shit! Almost fell. Hey, Stargate found us. It's Roscoe Jenkins. What's going on? Let's get started over here. We're talking bugs. Let's specifically, what's your least favorite? You got any beef? You got any beef with bugs? Speaking of beef and bugs, I got some beef with some friggin' bugs. You know? If that's you, if you a bug I'm beefing with, Slasher, you love bugs. Come on, there's got to be one you don't like. And listen, any creepy crawly will have to do. If it's, you know, you love bugs but you hate spiders, I gotta know. You know, I'm not. Listen, this is just between us. Just a little casual question, a little question of the day style. They all creepy and terrifying. See, listen, I don't personally. I don't like wasps. You know, I salute to the bees, salute to the pollinators, but a hearty fuck off to the yellow jackets, and definitely a real big fuck off to those sicko mosquitoes. You know what I mean? Like sucking your blood like without consent. Like that's honestly like very problematic. I don't like them. I'm gonna give you some stuff over here. I'm getting clawed the fuck up by a werewolf, huh? Because I don't have room. I appreciate all this. Trade you. Sleeves, huh? Cool. Thank you. Oh, this is huge upgrades. Oh yeah, we're in the freaking doing big things now. Oh, for some reason I thought that was the clicky for a second. I was like, yo. This is good though. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. What we got? Overseer Signet. Very nice. Very nice. Honestly, I'm probably gonna put one of these on Ruby. Ruby needs one of these. All right. You're in the Wasp Hornet train. Hold on. I gotta scroll back up to that. Yeah, they're such jerks. Seen a palmetto bug like cockroach on steroids. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. They're disgusting. For me, you know, I only saw them on vacation. So I saw them. I was a visitor. I experienced palmetto bugs existing and I didn't like it. But then I went home, you know, and they've not been a part of my life besides a gross memory, right? I could see if you're in that region, I would definitely hate those. They're so freaking, they're big. Ugh. Just like big, gross roaches, yeah. Um, Fucking spiders now, huh? It's Roscoe Jenkins. You said last night at 11 p.m. a nasty looking brown spider was coming for you. Uh-oh. Coming to yellow text you. That's scary, dude. I hope it wasn't a brown recluse, right? Those things are dangerous. I've seen one this year, but it wasn't here. It's at somebody else's house, right? I was on a job site. I saw it, you know? But it wasn't in a spot where it was like gonna bother anybody. Luckily, only me because I was on the roof. Um, yeah, the old scrolls say they have the memory of an elephant. I know spiders are, um, you know, they're they've been foretold by legend. Let's face it. We're over here with 2 legs. They got 8 legs. That's like 4 times as many legs. Yeah, I mean, some spiders. I said before, like I'm cool with the ones that stay in their web, right? Like Charlotte, for instance, right? Was that the name of the spider or the pig? I feel like spider was the spider was Charlotte, right? And the pig was Wilbur. Anyway, Charlotte was cool. I'm cool as you know, and in theory, I'm cool with any other Charlotte type spiders, even if they don't you know write messages that I can read, or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like they're still cool. Like they're catching mosquitoes and stuff. And unoriginal fly, lame name. You know, headlander bugs. But they stay in their web. That's cool. I'm cool with that. I respect it. I really do. But you put that web across a trail where I can't see it and it ends up in my face, we're gonna have problems. You got a special vacuum in Savannah for the palmetto bugs. Squishing them's too messy, so you'd vacuum them. Yeah, yeah. It better be a special vacuum, huh? You use your regular vacuum, and then you go to empty it out, and it's friggin' they're like, we're free. But yeah, I had a nasty experience with wasps recently. It's because I'm trying to you know remove them. I don't want the wasps on or around the house, right? So that's where my tolerance of them ends. Like, I try to live and let live with wasps on the daily, but you got a nest right above the door frame. It's gonna get sprayed. But apparently, spraying them above the door frame forced them, into the house by means of the door frame, which was terrifying. Nightmare. You got June bugs over there, so disgusting when they hit the window. Big ones are the size of a tennis ball. Oh my god. You got hit by one a few years ago riding a bike. That's scary. We get June bugs over here, but I've never seen one anything close to a tennis ball size. But they're still gross. Just little brown beetles. Not really doing anything. Just existing. Um, I was just starting to think that like yellow jackets were a thing of the past, right? The wasp I'm having issues with. When I was a kid, they were like a constant menace. I really didn't like them. Like I said, I got stung in the belly button as a kid, and it kind of, reinforced any bad feelings I had about them. And then I got stung a bunch of times in that hammock incident. And that was enough for me. You know what I mean? I'm just not never really trying to get stung by them again. And then like last year, I was like, I probably said it out loud. I probably jinxed it. You know what I mean? But I was like, yeah, it doesn't seem like yellow jackets are an issue no more. You know what I mean? Like they still exist, but they're like, here and there. But this year, oh, they're back in a big way. You just got back from a Rhode Island beach vacation. The mosquitoes there were insane. Yeah, Rhode Island's like very coastal, right? You get them coastal like friggin' marsh mosquitoes out there. They're oof. Better wear all the repellent. And even then, they're gonna find a spot and bite you anyway. I got a bite on my wrist, so itchy. Yeah, 35 is definitely going slower. Only 10% in, but you know, not bad. Still cranking, cooking. I keep letting the levitate fade. Slacking. Splendid Genesis says cockroaches are overrated. Survive the apocalypse? Yeah, okay, survive my foot. It's Roscoe Jenkins. You're out of here? Hey, buddy. The rest of us are just getting started over here, but I'm glad that you stopped by. You know, every Sunday you know where to find us. Definitely appreciate the love this morning. Number 30 is the best one yet. That's what I was. Listen, that was the goal. That's always the goal. You know, I'm always trying to outdo the last one. So we're setting the bar very high for 31 today. Gaining. Let's go. Again, big gains, level 35 now. So this Shadow Knight was level like 25 probably for over a decade. Literally. Let's see. His birthday is in 2012. Say February 2012. It's a long time ago, you guys. For instance, Najina dropped these J boots, right? That's how long ago it was. These were not quested by Hastings. These were dropped by Najina. They are the exact same J boots you would get from Hastings, but I know they dropped from Najina because I was there. I was there all those years ago. I was not playing the Shadow Knight then. It was Frankenberry, not to be confused with Frankenbeans. Shout out to Frankenbeans, legendary Twitch streamer and YouTube EverQuest song maker. If you haven't heard Frankenbeans stuff, we'll get a link in the chat soon enough, I'm sure, if anybody wants to help me out. Genuine love there. And that's the thing, it's 2025. And you know what I mean? We are in the golden age of classic EverQuest content, really. Which is crazy to think about. Like somehow we're like as amazing as the actual classic era was all those decades ago. You know what I mean? There wasn't like new Frankenbeans tracks dropping. You know what I mean? Like we're in a new era. We truly entered. Anyway, well, I'm getting off track. My point is, Sprunket was Poop Gun, who was made by Frankenberry, and I remember Najina dropping the J boots. Way back when. Way back when. It was like 3,000 years ago. But anyway, yeah, Poop Gun's name got nerfed, you know? At least they let me pick the replacement name. I picked Sprunket, you know? Perfectly non-offensive name, you know? And honestly, by troll naming conventions, I would say it has a very good fit, right? I'm the brother of Sprinket, who's the troll banker, right? You go to Grob, and the banker's Sprinket. I'm Sprunket. You know, we're both spawned off of the same wart. You know what I mean? He's a good guy, that Sprinket. But anyway, there's a clip of Sprunket looting the recovered corpse in East Commons, and you can see the corpse I'm looting is Poop Gun's corpse. That's the craziest part. Like the name got nerfed, but when my corpse got recovered, it was the pre-nerf name. Funny, interesting. Sprunket is the great value Sprunket. Yeah, maybe. Could be. Just like Nui is nice chewy. Speaking of Nui, I haven't got any kills on my 60 Shadow Knight in a while. Nobody wants to smoke. They know where to find me. They've been steering so clear. It seemed like nobody in the swamp, nobody in Guck. Hardly see anybody in Kazakh Thul, and when you do, they hit a /Q. You know what I mean? It's they don't even like slash camp takes too long. They just gotta slash Q it. Doesn't always work, right? Slash Q could take too long too. He might have been better off like trying to stay and fight. I told you my conspiracy theory. They're trying to ruin my clips. You know what I mean? They know that I get no good footage killing a link dead player, so they can defeat me uh, by doing that, right? Ruin the clip. That's what they're doing. Anyways, whatever. That's how they want to play. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. I'm still gonna enjoy EverQuest and be victorious doing so. With Flowers of Happiness, the best crew to ever do it. You know, #1 undisputed PvP guild of all time. You know, Wisconsin's the Northern Star out here. And if a new PvP server launches, you're gonna see flowers sprout up in numbers that are gonna make you nervous, make you more nervous than this train right here, right? Speaking of numbers, we got some numbers over here. What are we doing about it? What are we doing, guys? We're killing the princess? Or is the princess charmed? Why can't I get a target? Alright, I'll just kill this one. Ludwig, no! Holy shit! I think the bug happened. Ludwig just got a complete heal. Let's go. Let's run. That was a freebie, you guys. I don't know. Okay, so nobody else can see the group HP. My bad. I have it hidden behind my banner here. But I saw Ludwig was going down. He was very low, and he got healed to full, which is a known bug, right? Oh, his lay on hands. Toro, nice. Never mind. No known bug. It didn't occur to me that it could have been just a very basic, you know, actual ability. I had to go straight to fucking weird bug. Anyway, you guys get lost. I'm gonna zone soon. I'm like hanging out over here. What you guys doing? All right, I'm zoning. Hill William down, yeah. It was a pretty big train. Whoops. How come I... Okay, because I backed out. Right, if you hit the zone line backwards, then you're backwards when you zone in, huh? Live and learn. Shit. You could train your level 35 skill. There you go. The silver lining has been found. Yeah, Ludwig von, it was a noble attempt. I saw what you were trying to do, and I was, you know, I didn't want to make the wrong move by like waking anything up, so that's why I was like kind of evaluating and changing targets and looking, and I wasn't attacking much yet because like, you know, we had to see how it was going. It was going bad, right? It was time to run. I'll do drags. You can drag whoever needs to be dragged. Just consent me. I can invis. It's very much not a thing. But as far as ports, everybody needs a port. Yeah, something warped upstairs. It happens. You know. Honestly, it's kind of amazing that it hadn't happened earlier. A lot of successful pulls. Usually, I don't even mess around in there. You know. Pathing inside the castle is bad. I feel like some of these might see invis. Maybe not. Yours ain't very far. Oh, you almost made it, Hill William. Very close, very close. Oops, I don't have consent. But then again, I think you can figure that one out. Right? That's within your capabilities. I've only seen those. Oh, is that everybody? Anybody else? Toro made it out. I made it out. That's everybody. You got disarm and riposte. Nice. Yeah, that's. I mean, honestly, it's worth a trip. One way or another, it's worth the trip. You're a ranger, so it's like a legit, honest to Kazakh ranger gate, right? You'll love to see it. Classic as hell. Brad Bless. You get it. Because the joke is, you know, calling it a ranger gate. Because rangers can't gate, but they can go back to their bind. You know? Just like that. Pool party time? Hey, have fun, Flippy Darkpaw. 'Tis the season, No, in my opinion, there's no better season for pool parties than the summer. That's just me. Let's count them up. We got 22 players online. A healthy number. There's dozens of us, you could say. Yeah, run the humans out of the pool and reclaim it for Clam Darkpaw. That's right. They've ruined their own pools. They'll not ruin yours. Everybody's recovering. I'm recovering that gargoyle eye straight to my bag. My bag. It's good money. Good plat. Uh-oh. Hey, Chester. Come here, you little maniac. I tried. I couldn't get him to come over here. He knows what I want. He really does, but he's just not. It's one of this is one of those zones, especially that like castle entrance area in the castle with the multiple floors. You're pushing your luck, right? One good pull, do it the same way the next time, and it might go a different way. You know, they zig when you think they're gonna zag, or they warp through the step when they're gonna instead of going up or down. You know, who knows? Who knows? That's part of the fun of EverQuest. You know, we saw it. We should have reacted sooner. You know, it's for some reason I thought maybe it would be like no casters and you'd like kite them a little bit and we just peel and kill. That's what I was looking, I was evaluating, but yeah, it was going south. Too many casters, you know. I think they were, causing some trouble. Taffy on something, right? Blast this thing. I did snare it, but it's not fleeing. Interesting. I guess some stuff just doesn't flee. Taffy. There we go. Hey Chester, come here, man. Yeah, I really can't. I can't get him to cooperate. He like hardly looks at me. The little guy. Like he'll face his ears towards me, but he won't like He won't look. You know what I mean? He knows I hate that. My cat. I like to believe he knows I hate that. He's a good guy. Even when he's doing this. Maybe I could lure him up with a treat later or something, you know? Weenie, on the other hand, is just getting into all sorts of mischief right now. It's just that time of the morning, you know? They both ate. They zoomed around a little. Now they're just, I don't know, doing cat things. Probably nap soon. So, pretty much clear back to, what's it called? The graveyard. Dark blue. Lift Goal's the name, right? It's been a while. Oh yeah, it's got the shield. I see it. Yay, cool. Everybody's they're recovering. Doing some shuffles and etc. Pickups and ports and drop-offs and whatnot. I'm just out here slaying these glyph familiars and pledge familiars. Some sort of initiates. I'm a little above this. These things are beneath. The Glyphed Ghoul was good. That was a good dark blue. The rest of the graveyard will be good. You know, something to solo while we wait for them. I don't want to overextend too much, right? Because now, you check that Who All list, and it's not like a whole ton of flowers all in one zone no more. Now it's like less flowers and they're scattered, you know? I gotta be real. I gotta be, you know? If I was plotting and planning, I would probably see like now is an opportunity, right? Come get me. Come get me right now. But they won't. They definitely won't. But if it was me, oh yeah, Especially when Harm Touch was down earlier, that was really their shot. And I called it then. I said, now's your time. Now's your chance. Come and get it. Don't wait. Don't wait 72 minutes. They waited 72 minutes. Harm Touch is up. You know, they gotta wait for me to fat finger it again. Sounds like dark green. Take it. If it says I gain XP, you know, they wouldn't lie. You gained XP. Slow but steady. Oh, there we go. Something behind me? Come on, Ash. Damn. Got the heal off. I should have just like fear kited this thing. It's so annoying right now. Can't cast a heal if you're running away, right? There we go. Imagine you got extra experience when the fight takes extra long. That'd be so abusable, though. Anyway, question of the day today. We're talking about least favorite insect. What's your least favorite insect? Even though we've probably spent more time talking about spiders, which, listen, we all know it's not an insect, but if you don't like spiders, you're going to take the opportunity to talk about it right now because, you know, bugs is bugs. Remember that Calvin and Hobbes where he was doing a report on bats and, like, he's like winging it and he says that bats are giant bugs and you know I think what's his neighbor Susie tells him like bats are in fact not bugs but he doesn't listen and he like goes through with you know his project and he's presenting it and he gets like 2 words into it and then the whole class at once it yells bats aren't bugs, you know, like knocks him over or something. Classic. I think about that a lot. Bats are not bugs. It took me longer to explain a single comic strip. Now, you know, it might have been a running series where it was like multiple weeks of comic strips. I think it was actually because it was like a big project. You know, he was working on this big project for a while. Because I was gonna say like, how did it take me longer to explain a comic strip than you know than a couple sentences? You know, it's such a finite space, but one, Calvin and Hobbes. You know, I mean, what's the dude's name? Bill Watterson. He just did such a great job in that one. You know, using that space, that limited space, to tell a story in ways that even some other comic strip guys hadn't thought of yet. Right? He got real creative with the space. And if you read like the notes in his like collections or whatever, he'll talk about like the fights with the newspapers, you know, and some of the things they wouldn't let him do, or some of the things he had to fight to be able to do, or whatever, because they wanted, 3 panels or whatever, this size, this shape. Anything outside of that was, just too outrageous. Like, he was outrageous, but I think besides that, it was multiple weeks. It must have been the whole bats aren't bugs. Probably a lot of those weeks being him actively not working on the project, and therefore it had nothing to do with bats. Any Calvin and Hobbes fans out there? My favorite's the one where he pisses on the Boston Red Sox logo. I'm just you know what I'm talking about, them fake Calvin and Hobbes bootleg things that you used to see a lot in the late 90s, perhaps. I got some bait over here. A little cat treat. And you know what I'm gonna try? I'm gonna try to lure this guy over here. He hasn't been in the stream in like literal months. Winnie, on the other hand, has been a frequent flyer. But he's elusive. Chester, come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Oh my god. Winnie wants this fish. She's allergic to fish. Right? She wants it. And he don't care. Come here, buddy. Oh my god. I really thought I was gonna get him to come. That's why I'm even talking about it. You know, I would have kept this to myself if I thought he wasn't gonna come. I thought I really scammed him this time. Hold on. This glyph forbidder's gotta die. Like ASAP. Keeps healing it. Ah, this is what I was afraid of. Repops. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Open. I got the repop, which sucks. It is what it is. Oh, you know. Winnie just got to the bag of the treats. Hold on. Hold, please. Oh, shit. I got rooted. Oh my god, this root is brutal right now. Done fucking with those glyph forbidders right now. Get me out of there. The root wasn't breaking. I had to go for the dispel, which got interrupted. And then I got nuked for 200. Oh my god, it was just what a mess. What a mess. I'll go back and help in a sec. But like, I want to live. I'm not trying to go down to some stupid little dark elf NPCs. You know what I mean? Like, not happening. Not if I could do anything about it. Which I was running out of things I could do about it. Could no longer feign death. Out of mana, you know? Couldn't stand there and tank him no more. Out of HP. Couldn't fear him. You know? Again, the lack of mana. It's all good. It's all good. These guys handled it, you know? That was a little too close. Hey, we're just getting started over here. We popped a Princess Charista. That's cool. Try to fire off a couple these things. Hey Chester, come here, buddy. Come here. No, Winnie, not for you. She's allergic. She wants it anyway. She has chicken hearts as her treat. Unfishy treat. Chester, come here. Chester. Oh my god. Alright, gang's all here, right? What are we missing? Missing Ishibatari. I think he's on the way. I'm not the leader. I only invite people when I'm not leader. If I actually am leader, that's when I'm slacking. I can't. He won't obey. Even with full bribery, you know? Fish, chicken heart, doesn't matter. He doesn't want anything I have. Doesn't want to obey. He goes through phases, you know what I mean? This is his disobedient phase, I guess. Ridiculous. My cat's got me tilted. They keep saying like we're gonna invis, and I just keep pulling because I'm like not reading. I'm just like in the zone slash being tormented by my cat. Pandu TP, you say house centipede. Great answer. Those things are like. I remember the first time I ever saw one. Terrified me. Oh, we got somebody in the zone. Let's get him. Let's get him. Sanctuary is KOS. Or Evil PK Guild. We gotta cleanse the server. I remember the first time I ever saw a house centipede. It was at my friend's house. It ran from under the stove, and it ran so fast that I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And we saw like where it went to. Maybe it went to under the stove. Whatever. Maybe it was like under the fridge, under the stove. I think it ended up under the stove. Whatever it was, we like went and scared it out from under there with a stick or something or whatever, and we caught it under a glass, and we were like, the closer we looked at it, the more freaked out we were. You know what I mean? Like we went from like what was that to like, oh my god, like this is the most scary thing ever. You know what I mean? Like anyway, um, there's a bunch of those. Why did my shadows fade? Right, Eldritch Horror. There you go. Perfect descriptor. I couldn't think of a good descriptor. That's the one. So did one of these see invis? Like, what the hell happened here? Anyway, I'm not gonna let my cats tilt me, right? I'm not gonna let Chester's disobedience affect the gameplay, right? I got a group here. They're counting on me to give it 100%. You know, if I'm giving 100% focus to the cat and getting nothing in return, he's giving me nothing. The group suffers. Let me go play with the group. Let me remember I'm in a group. Maybe I'll even read group chat from time to time. No promises. Um, there's somebody in this zone. I haven't seen them yet. I do have see invis. Or are they behind the tower or something? How did I not see them? They're all saying he's over there, but they can't see him because he's invis. Um, I don't see this guy. He must be in the tower. I invited him to group. He joined the group. He's inside this tower. Right? Or is he like in a pool? What's going on here? Who is this person? I invited him to group. There they are. Am I just like ridiculous right now? What's going on? We're doing PvP out here. I think maybe what's this guy saying in OOC? Trying to talk about flowers of happiness. You better not be disparaging. You know? Talking to my guy all wrong. Why does my levitate always... You'd think at level 35 this thing would last a little closer to full duration. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm just sensitive, but I swear this levitate fades just so fast. But, you know, I'm just finding something to complain about. You know, at least I got a lev cloak. It's free. Who cares if I got to re-click it? I think I'm used to bobbing corpse. You know what I mean? Bobbing corpse lasts like all friggin' day. I don't know why I came to the graveyard. Alright, we were at the castle before, but now we're in the graveyard. That's what it is. All over the place. So this guy said he was a magician. You think he's actually a magician? Or he's trying to tricks us. But yeah, so house centipedes. I remember years later, I was staying at a friend's house, and I was laying down on the couch, and I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. And I turned the lights on, and there was so many house centipedes. But I will say they had no other pests, right? Those house centipedes were running a tight ship over there. But you know what I mean? You gotta learn to love those things if you're gonna be living with that many of them, I guess. I don't know if that's for me. But I would rather have house centipedes than some things. So they're not my least favorite, but they're a little sketchy. Eldritch horrors, like prehistoric beasts, you know? Like, there's a lot of things you could say to describe those. None of them really cute or cuddly, you know, or anything of that sort. Um, Technically, what are those? Some sort of, I mean, they're called house centipedes. Are they actually a centipede? I think they are, right? Some kind. um, one of my one of the bugs I'm not looking forward to seeing is those spotted lantern flies, right? That's like the big that's a hot topic if you're in an area where those are spreading to, right? Because they're alien invasive, and they like devastate certain plants and crops and blah blah blah. And they, if you see them, you gotta kill them. I haven't seen any yet, but I know they're around. Like I'm seeing local posts of people saying, like, look at this weird bug. And they're showing the spotted lanternfly. What's it called? Larva or whatever? Not larva. Something. Nymph. That's the word I was looking for. That's the stage they're at right now, and they look like a weird bug. They don't look like the spotted lanternfly yet. They look like a weird beetle. they're gonna upgrade soon. And I think that's probably like, you know, bad news. Because they, you know, once they start, they don't stop, it seems. So I hear. And they're coming in with the Tree of the Heavens. My least favorite plant right now, besides poison ivy. You know, I will always have a special beef with poison ivy. But Tree of the Heavens, I've seen them online, right? I've seen the discussion of, oh my god, these things are Tree of Heaven, more like Tree from Hell, you know, ha ha ha, stuff like that. But I'd never seen one in real life, and now this year I'm seeing them everywhere. Maybe it's what they call that, confirmation bias or whatever, where your brain is now trained to see it and you're noticing it when it had been there before and you weren't noticing. Now you're noticing. I don't think that's the case. Maybe a little bit, but I think it's like actually spread to my region this year, along with the spotted lanternfly, and that's why I'm seeing both this summer. You know? But for a plant that I'd never seen in my area before, it's kind of crazy how they're like popping out of the storm drains and lining every highway and just literally all over the place. You know what I mean? They get really tall. They're not tall yet. Selective perception. Ooh, thank you. What did I call it? Selective. I already forgot. Selective perception. Well, who cares what I called it if I was wrong? Thank you for filling me in. I knew it was something. Had a name. Like where, you know, you almost buy a car and then you see that same color, same car driving down the road like all the time. You just had no connection to that car before. You didn't almost buy the car. It was just a car, like every other car. That's not your car, you know. But now that you almost bought it, now you have a connection. Now you see it, and now you acknowledge, you know. Selective perception. Yeah. Least favorite bug, the noble cockroach. Ugh. Gross. They just, they're bad news. Right? It's not like the cockroaches themselves that are the most troubling. It's the, like, diseases they bring and stuff. Crickets, because they also smell gross. Sure. Crickets got like a weird, like, something about them is just a little nasty. They're like muscular looking, you know what I mean? Like, something about a jacked looking bug is creepy. How have you smelled crickets? Like, gosh, you've never smelled a cricket? Oh, I smelled crickets too. If somebody got like a pet reptile and they feed them, oh yeah, crickets definitely have a smell, and it's not good. It's not good. What's up, Akash? Good to see you. Hey, do you happen to have a least favorite insect? Or, you know, we're not gonna split hairs here. Any creepy crawly. We're not counting legs. Whatever. If it's a bug and you don't like it, it's a valid answer. For me, it's wasps. I really don't like yellow jackets. Happy Sunday to you. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 30. Back at it again. This time, I started on a level 30 Shadow Knight. We're cranking through 35 now. The whole group, I think, started out 30. We're all cranking through 35. The dude might have been a little higher, right? Ludwig von carrying us. He came to keep it going for us. I'm gonna go check on something like that. Wasps are awesome. Flying predators kill other bugs and spiders. Really? Pacer Loco. I didn't know that they kept other stuff in check. I thought they were just flying hate machines. Fun bags. Hey, good to see you. We're just getting started over here. Look, I invited a rando. I don't know why. For some reason, everything's flickering. It's just that angle I was at. I invited this guy. We don't know him. And, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll turn on later. But for now, we're all singing Kumbaya out here in the graveyard. We were by the castle, but we trained ourselves. You hate gnats or fruit flies? They multiply like crazy. Oh yeah, that is so true. I hate those two. I used to work at a brewery, and those were like my I despised them, you know, because that's where you get them. You get them in places like that, um, and they were hard to get rid of. One of the best things I had found. Here's a little home chewy recipe. But here's the thing, it doesn't work with every variety. It worked with the variety that I was dealing with at work, but some other fruit flies seem to just ignore it and fly past. But what I would do is I would put a little cup or dish with apple cider vinegar and a couple drops of Dawn, which I think was just to break the surface tension and make them drown. I don't think the Dawn actually served a attractant function. I think just the apple cider vinegar would attract them, and then they'd get in, and because the soap ruined the surface tension, they would drown. And it would work at work. I would get rid of tons of them. But I've had other times I've tried it, and I've had to buy actual traps that seem very similar. They kind of even smell similar, but it actually worked. I don't know. Who knows? Probably user error. That being said, we're just getting started out here. I have a big issue with yellow jackets because they've stung me. I've been stung by yellow jackets several times in my childhood. I didn't like it. I'm not allergic. I just, they hurted. That shit hurted. But this year I'm having an issue with them. They're encroaching. They're trying to invade. Watch for little a-holes. Get yourself some bats. See, I like bats. Bats are cool. You've done the vinegar one, works superbly. Hell yeah. Yeah, if it's ones that are attracted to that, it's great. Like, it truly gets them. They fall for that hook line and sink right down the bottom. But yeah, I had some that were like immune. They were not feeling my vinegar. It must have been that Family Dollar vinegar that I was using. You know what I mean? Whatever. I don't know. But yeah, the wasps. I sprayed a nest, and it scared them through the. They were like above the door frame, like kind of in the door frame because they have like a crack. I sprayed it, and they went further into the crack and ended up lurking into the house. They were coming one by one through this little crack into the house. Luckily, the poison like fucked them up. They weren't like able to, go berserk as I'm sure they would have if they were in perfect health. So I caulked that, shut off the spawner, and I think the spray worked. I finally freaking that nest has died off, but I found 3 more nests, 4 nests total. I'm still dealing with at least 2 of those. It's a battle. I'm having a battle this week. I'm fighting for my life. I can't use the spray inside because I love my cats. Listen, I got 2 cats. I love them dearly, even when they don't listen to me for months. You know what I mean? Chester has been disobeying me for like months. He's the least obedient cat I've ever seen. And cats aren't known for their obedience. Winnie, on the other hand, is a perfect little angel every time. But that being said, neither one of them I want to get poison anywhere near them. So I sprayed them outside, but when they were getting inside, I had to do it the old-fashioned way with a fly swatter. I was leveling up off those friggin' things before I got the hole caulked. I didn't see them come in at first. I'm just like, how is there another one in here? Where did this come from? And then finally I saw one actually climb through. I was like, oh my god. Terrifying. Envenomed bolt wasp spray. Yeah, that's a good name for one. Shaman and Necro Dot. Yeah, they're bad this year. It was a wet spring. I think that might have something to do with it, right? We got more fireflies this summer. Beautiful. Love it. Love fireflies. And they say that's attributed to a wet spring. And we got a shit ton of wasps, and probably the same wet spring, you know, or maybe they're eating the fireflies. I wouldn't put it past these assholes, you know. They look like bees because they're yellow and black, but they ain't. They're dicks. But I really don't like mosquitoes, you know. You could see a wasp coming, you know, you could avoid a nest. Mosquitoes, you know, you're gonna get friggin' bit. Hey Chester, come here, buddy. I was just talking about you. Not even looking. Anyways, they're back at the castle. I don't know if you heard that. The mic probably picked that up. That was him. That was him meowing off cam over there. That's him. Buddy, no. He wants to go into a room that the sun is shining in very brightly and making it hot. Keeping the door closed to like not get really hot right now. He wants to go in there. Crying and scratching. Hold on. Let me go check on him. Let me turn auto attack on and then check on him, right? The group will never know. It's our little secret. I'm a ninja. You got a brown log beetle in bed. What's a log beetle? Is that like log shaped, or is it a beetle you would find in a log, or is that the name of it? I'm not familiar, but or did you type long or mean to type long? Um, we were talking about June bugs earlier. Speaking of brown beetles, was it one of those? Either way, oh, a horned beetle. Ugh, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a horned beetle in real life. I have seen the ones with the pinchers in the front. Big black beetle with the pinchers one time. Was that like a rhinoceros? No. Is that a rhinoceros beetle? Might have been a rhinoceros beetle. Long time ago, I seen a big one. Eats vegetation. Yeah, friendly guy. But what's it doing in your bed? Not welcome. You know. If I can get bugs safely outside, I will. You know what I mean? I'm not. You know, I'm not trying to end their life just because they took a wrong turn. And this is, you know, this is just me being not a bug lover, but just trying to, you know, live and let live. But all that goes out the window if it's a wasp. You know what I mean? You're getting, you're leaving it in a body bag. Tick too, right? If I find a tick, that tick is dying, one way or another. Mosquitoes, you know, I'm not shooing any mosquito out the door. Those are getting slapped hard. So there's a few bugs, you know. KOS, as we say in EverQuest. I scowl ready to attack. Freaking wasps. And by wasps, I mean like specifically like hornets, yellow jackets. You know, I don't like those ones. like a paper wasp or like a mud dauber or whatever, like, hey, you know what? I might even try to shoo one of those outside. They're not like aggressive. They're not, you know, they're fine. They're just they took a wrong turn. But a yellow jacket, oh hell no, you got it. You just got it. Pacer Loco, your wife doesn't know that story yet. Oh my god. Probably better that way. The bed invading beetle. I heard recently that that statistic about all the spiders we eat in our sleep is actually made up. Who would have known? For some reason, I believe that statistic that like um, we eat like 7 spiders in our sleep on average or something like that. There's some statistic, and I never questioned it. I took that as like, wow, what a crazy and believable fact. But apparently it was made up. Eight eight spiders. Yeah, it's source, dude. Trust me. I think it was like 4chan made that one up or something. You know what I mean? Not true. I totally believed it. It just, you know what I mean? It was presented to me in a believable way where I had no reason to doubt it. But now, well, once you think about it, like really think about it, it's like who counted? How do they? You know what I mean? They really did like sleep studies to put cameras on their mouth or something. Like, how do you get an average? Different countries have different spiders. You know, there's just so many things. Used to kill bugs carelessly. One day you had an epiphany. Who am I to judge the value of that life? Yeah, Pandu TP. Right, exactly. They're just minding their own business. I mean, I judge the wasps, but it's like street beef. You know what I mean? Like it just goes back so far that there's no other way. Like the wasps don't like me, and I don't like the wasps. It's just it is what it is. Um, but yeah, for the most part, I fully agree with you. You know what I mean? Like just trying to direct threat to a loved one or something. Yeah, there you go. The only statistic about that you believe you're never further than 1 meter from a spider. That sounds believable because there's some tiny spiders out there, which is part of why I believe that eating spiders in your sleep. But what about people that sleep with their mouth closed? You know what I mean? Versus people who sleep with their mouth open. Like, just the statistic made no damn sense. I should never have believed it. But there's plenty of things I've believed just because somebody told me it, and I was just like, wow, that's so crazy that that's true. You'll tank a wasp sting yourself. Yeah, yeah. You gotta. There's no bow quest when it comes to wasps. You know, you gotta face tank that. Sword and board. You know, max armor class. It's about territory. Their evolution is made to invade whatever's available until it reaches pushback by lack of food or opposing occupiers. Oh yeah, huh, I never thought about that. I mean, that's kind of. I feel like a lot of us are like that, and by us I mean just like living things on this planet and possibly other planets, right? Like we all kind of exceed our space. We'll all kind of encroach on each other, and we find boundaries naturally through trial and error, one way or another. You know, find symbiotic relationships, find oppositional relationships. You know, you only find these things once you start bumping and grinding out there. The diseases they bring are not going to be the kind to level into. Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, you gotta think of the potential, right? Like a roach might be just an innocent little beetle, but it might be a friggin' plague carrying fucking. I don't know. What do roaches carry? There's got to be some gross diseases. I'm sure they're nasty. Yeah, eating spiders is definitely an urban legend. It's definitely like fully made up. somebody was having a giggle with that one, and it's I think a lot of us believed it. Salmonella, that's what they carry. Ew, that ain't good. Ew, yeah, we don't want that. And if they step in something, they're gonna trail it. That's for sure. Um, I don't know, I could definitely see like those are definitely on the list of like bugs I don't like. You know, nothing good comes from them. Let's face. Like everything has its place in the food chain, right? The circle of life. There's unforeseen consequences if you just remove certain things. Like you know what I mean? Like it seems like fuck mosquitoes. Kill every mosquito. Seems like a net positive. But like, what about the bats? What about the dragonfly? You know what I mean? There's other stuff that eat those mosquitoes. But in general, I hate mosquitoes. I like the idea of making their what do they call that mouth part? Proboscis or something. I like the idea of making that wobbly. You ever see that solution? They've come up with some stuff that makes them not able to pierce skin. Instead, they just like got the wobbly mouth. I like that idea. Microscopic mites live in all our eyelashes. That's yeah, you're right. You're right. You ever see a picture of them magnified? Kind of scary, kind of alien looking. You know. Where do bugs come from anyway? You know, they're a little unearthly. I don't know if they're as unearthly as like a freaking octopus, but they're pretty out there, you know? Especially that hive mind technology. What's up with that? Our Splendid Genesis had to like remind us all of that. Like we all knew, but like we push that information out of our head as fast as we can. It's just easier. It's easier to live our life not thinking about the mites in our eyelashes. Fisher Loco says God is great, right? It's you know, you gotta be thankful for the eyelash mites. You know, Noah put two eyelash mites on the ark, in with great forethought. Right, so those mites were able to reproduce and help repopulate the post-flood world. You know, canon. 8 people's worth of mites, right? Let's see here. What can we do? What can we get into? Not to get too woo woo about it, but bugs and octopi are pretty damn earthly as humans. Who are the aliens, you think? Yeah, I think. Alright, I don't like bugs being earthly, maybe I could believe it. Perhaps. But the octopi, how do Earth make that one? They're so crazy with the, you know? Just tentacles. Tentacles in general. Like what an adaptation that is, huh? Speaking of adaptations, I was perusing Steam and I seen on the store. Let's see if I can find it again. I'm opening up Steam real quick. I saw something that looked really cool. It reminded me of a game I never played, but a game that looked cool. It's called Spore. Anybody remember Spore? You like you kind of adapt. From what I could tell. Anyway, this game was like that, where you adapt. I don't remember what it was called. I will never find it. There's a million freaking games on Steam, and this is just another game I don't own. I don't know. Whatever. Good talk. I did get Dungeon Clawler, not Crawler. It's Clawler, which seems fun. Gave it a couple minutes of playtime last night before bed. Was it Spore? You don't like Spore? I never played Spore. I thought it looked cool though. I thought this other game that looks Spore-ish looks cool. You like Black and White? Okay, I liked Black and White too. That is very Chad behavior. Um, anytime your cursor turns into the claw of God, you're having fun. You know you're in it now. Um, I was watching some shit. Hold on a second. Have we ever figured out how to pronounce this word? A vampiric ancilli? I can try guessing other pronunciations, but before you know what I mean? They're all gonna be wrong except for one. That looks like a real word. I don't know what it means, but it seems like not fantasy. Let's look it up. Let's look at this one up. What's it mean? Any of the 12 sacred shields of the ancient Romans. No, that has one L. I don't think it's a real word. Not a word. That was Chester screaming. Okay. I'm being told, according to Google AI, groupmates have informed me that it's an obsolete Middle English word meaning maidservant. Big if true. A vampiric maidservant. They went hard on the mob names here in mistmoore. Yeah, you're right. They did. They were digging deep in the thesaurus. Gastish. Hey Chester, come here, buddy. He's so mad that the door's shut, but it's gonna stay shut. Anyways, about to hit level 36. Hold on. I can't take it when he cries like that. I tossed him his little fish treat like he's a seal. Now he took it. He wouldn't take it from me when I was trying to use it to lure him. Koshak's back. That's what's up. He won't come. Invited. So what's this? A maidservant? A ghoulish maidservant. I get it. If you're in a castle, you need some maidservants, perhaps. Definitely need some heralds. And some initiates. And some, you know, all that stuff. Glyph ghouls. 4 bubbles in. Maybe it's negative reinforcement, but I opened up the door that he was trying. You know, I said I wouldn't. I said the door was not getting opened, but he's just, you know, he's acting out too much. I gave in. Karina, who dat? Who dat? We got a player. Oh my god, why am I... What's up with my timing? I just interrupted 2 spells. In the castle, they say. What a weird place to be. Let's see here. Franken Beans, yeah, there's a question today. What's your least favorite insect? Right? Everybody got a least favorite. 'Tis the season to hate bugs. You know, there's so many hateable bugs this season. You hate them all, yeah. I was going on and on and on about wasps, yellow jackets in particular, being my nemesis this year. Oh, earwigs. Ugh, gross. So something I've noticed about earwigs. I've never wanted to gather earwigs, but if you did, I know a way. You just leave a piece of cardboard in the grass overnight, and then you know you flip that cardboard over in the morning. It's gonna be like a million friggin' earwigs. That's how you get them. They come. That's where they come from, apparently. Um, I've just noticed that anytime I find a piece of cardboard somewhere and I pick it up, earwigs underneath it. You know, that's where they come from. I don't like them. They're like pretty harmless. I don't think they pinch or bite. They look like they do, but I don't think they actually do. But I used to be like really not a fan of those when I was a kid. How do I have an anecdote about every single bug mentioned? I know, right? I know. Somehow. It's a gift, Pandu TP. It's a gift and a curse. I can't shut it off. The stream ends and I'm still here yapping. You just can't see it or hear it anymore. Congrats on 36, Hill William. You're a full bubble ahead of me. It is what it is. Brad bless, you know, in his infinite wisdom, he decided Troll Shadow Knights would be too powerful if we, you know, could level as fast as, say, a Elven Ranger. You know, we're too dang strong. Hey, you know what I haven't done all day today? I have not linked the Discord and said something along the lines of like, "Come on down, the water's fine," or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, or consider this your personal invitation. I haven't said any of those things. Let's do it. Hey, we're just getting started over here. Consider this your personal invitation to join the Discord. It's called the Swamp. Come on down, the water's fine. I just pinned the link in the chat. All right, that's it. That's your invite. You in? What are you waiting for? It's the place to be, right? We got some new members in the past week. I don't know where they all came from. Somebody shared the link somewhere, which I'm cool with. EverQuest enjoyers, come on down. Um, it wasn't during a stream, you know. It's like maybe they found it from the YouTube. I don't know. Play a beneficial. Earwigs play a beneficial role by feeding on decaying organic matter, acting as predators for other insects, including some garden pests. Their overall impact is more positive than negative. Interesting. Posted Discord 2 hours ago. Another thing about weevils. I think so. Sir Pipe, you think that was a BS AI answer about or that was your own BS AI answer? Got it. So earwigs, according to AI, are more positive than negative, but they are gross looking. It's that pincher. It's the little pincher at the tail end of it. They probably use it for like, you know, something. I don't know. There's probably not for pinching. But I've always I'm the Pandu TP. You're gonna love this. I got an anecdote about earwigs. One time when I was a kid, I, not unlike cardboard and the grass, apparently a mylar balloon, right? Those are the metallic shiny balloons that like don't decay. I found a mylar balloon in the sand, like off near the edge of the beach, and I lifted it up and I seen a freaking whole earwig nest, including what I would assume was an earwig queen, right? There was a maybe it was a different bug and I just thought it was like the queen, but it seemed like they were all around one big earwig. And I ran so far away. Like flock of seagulls started singing, you know what I mean? Uh, that one kind of stuck with me. I probably had some like earwig themed nightmares after that one. Not even gonna lie, it was an impressionable age. But they're not, you know, like I live and let live with earwigs nowadays. Like they're doing their thing. Not they're not aggressive, even if they do pinch or bite, which I don't think they do. They're you know, but thank you for answering, Frankenbeans. I was talking about your Twitch and your YouTube um, not exploits. What's the word I'm looking for? Expeditions. You out here. You're really out here. You're doing it. You're putting in the work, and everybody should go check it out. That's what I'm looking for. Shout out. The seagulls fly. Yeah. Every time I see the light change, I think somebody zoned in, right? I'm always checking out /who with great paranoia. Anytime, man. I was saying that we're in like a new, we're in like maybe 1999, 2000, like was like the golden age of EverQuest, you know, as far as it was new and shiny and had the most people playing it, but like there wasn't new Frankenbeans drops. You know what I mean? Like it was years before we even got has anybody here seen my corpse? You know what I mean? So it's pretty cool. 2025. We're like honestly we're better than ever as a community. I think. Do earwigs really have queens? I'm gonna look this up. I said they do. Do earwigs have a queen? That's a search. Let's search that. Uh-oh. Taking these. They don't seem to have a queen. I don't know why I thought I saw a big one. They don't live in colonies either, they say. Well, this seems like a colony to me. Oh shit, everybody's wiping while I'm reading this shit. Right, I'm browsing Wikipedia over here. I got important business to attend. I let Lev fade. We out this. We out this. It's all good. I make a song for the last 3 minutes. I feel like it would be like it's kind of like a sad and tragic story. You know what I mean? Like has a little twist and a turn as far as I'll just talk about bugs and now I'm looking up earwig infestations and stuff. Like I'm gonna get targeted ads for bug spray for the next freaking 3 months. You all might, you know? It could be worse. So we're here chilling. Anyway, what were we talking about before we were so rudely interrupted by a train of mobs? Let's talk about earwigs. They don't have a queen, apparently. So whatever I thought I saw, it must have been maybe just one very large earwig, and I assumed it was the queen, or maybe it was not an earwig at all. Maybe it was just a large bug that happened to be in the middle of a bunch of earwigs. Or, you know, maybe I just saw a bunch of same-sized earwigs and my brain, you know, interpreted it different. But what I'm learning, apparently, at the cost of only a few group members. Now, I think they would have died either way, but I was fully tabbed out reading the wiki. I don't know what happened. And by the wiki, I don't mean the P99 wiki or anything relevant. No. I'm looking at bugs. We're talking about bugs. Listen, we were talking about this earlier, and nobody was backing me up on this. Anybody remember the Calvin and Hobbes storyline where he had to do a report on bats, and he did zero research and tried to claim that bats are giant bugs, and nobody was accepting of that, right? Not the teacher, not the classmates, not Susie next door, like nobody was letting that slide because bats are not bugs. Oh shit, I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, I'm gonna peek until I see a C Invis one, right? Oh boy. Just get me out of here. Get me out of here. I want to live. I don't want to die right here. Oh god, I've been poisoned. Hey guys, train coming. I'm not gonna type train's coming, I'm just gonna say it. Woo! Let's freaking chill a sec. That was fun. Only mild to moderately poisoned to death. It's not an E-bolt. It's just a venom of a snake. Cool. Okay. But yeah, we're talking about bugs we don't like. Earwigs, they got a disgusting look about them. And so I could definitely get behind not liking them. House centipedes, very similar thing. It's the look. You know what I mean? It's not so much what they do or what role they play in the environment, because the role they play is, you know, more positive than negative. But it's just, you know, do they have to be so damn scary looking while they do it? That's the issue. Let's talk other bugs. I had mentioned earlier a little anecdote for you. I saw a locust swarm once as a kid, but I can't get any sort of proof or any sort of documentation to back it up. As far as I could tell, there was never a locust swarm in this area in that year, but I've seen it. I saw what I would describe as, you know, grasshoppers. That's all they were. They just thought they were grasshoppers, but they were like gray. They're like gray and orange, and they were everywhere. Pretty much just in the park. You know what I mean? There's like a small area that was just loaded with these freaking gray grasshoppers with like orange kind of spots, like a couple orange areas of them. I don't know. From what I could tell, locusts are grasshoppers that flip a switch and be, you know, and I think it happened. It was an undocumented locust swarm. I know, this is coming from the same guy who's seen a queen earwig. Right, very reliable source here. You can believe my tall tales, but you got to take him with a pinch of salt, a very large pinch of salt. That you know what I mean? This was a long time ago. I saw this when I was a kid. You know, 20 plus years ago. Actually, more than that even. It was wild. Wow. You don't believe my tall tales? What else? What else have I seen that you won't believe? I saw a really big snapping turtle. The same park as the locust swarm. There's a... Other people have seen it too. Kind of a local legend that there's just a extra large snapping turtle in the pond or surrounding swamp. You would see him occasionally. I saw him cross the road before. And I would describe this thing as extremely large. You know what I mean? Like over 2 feet across the shell, right? Maybe even over 3 feet, which is, you know, I think I probably would have described it as the size of a car when I was younger, but to be real, it was probably closer to 3 feet across. The bugologist. Oh yeah, you need me to drag stuff? I'll drag. I said I would. What other tall tales? So there was supposedly a very large painter turtle in a different pond, but I don't believe that one. I never saw that one. Not that I don't believe it, but I never saw it. But the large snapping turtle I did see. It was like the size of like a Mississippi River snapping turtle or whatever. But I'm nowhere near the Mississippi River, so I don't know. The chupacabra next door when I was a kid. Pandu, I told you about the time I thought I saw like an alien or something, right? But maybe it was a melon head, right? A local cryptid They kind of fit the description. Saw something strange. Some humanoid. I've never seen Chupacabra. But I believe it, you know? If any friends have seen Chupacabra, I believe you. Or any variety of goat sucker, you know what I mean? All right, there's one. Who else died? Where's the rest is? All right, bugs. Let's talk bugs. I remember one year I worked at a camp. Maybe I was a camper. I was a camper at a camp, and I also worked at that same camp when I was a little older. It was one of those years. Um, I remember there was a like a bunch of big black beetles. They were very large, some of the biggest beetles I've ever seen. They did not have horns or spikes or anything. They were just a very plain looking beetle. Um, I've never seen them before or since. I don't know if they were just passing through or what. They didn't do anything, you know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh my god, run, the beetles are coming. It was just like there just happened to be large black beetles here and there. And I haven't seen them since. And when I say large, I mean they were probably like 3 inches. I feel very confident if you put goat sucker, it'll already have been taken. Try it out. Pandu, try it out. Let me know. Let me know if goat sucker is available. That's a good one, right? Pretty much everybody's been dragged. Oops, definitely want to hit the telescope. I don't want to stack the buffs wrong. Anyway, I'm having a blast today. It's Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 30. We took the show on the road, right? We took our level 30s to mistmoore. And shit, I'm level 35 now. Or wait. Almost level 36. I had to double check. Because, you know. EverQuest moves pretty fast. You don't stop to look around every once in a while. You know, you might miss a ding. And if you don't tab back from the wiki of where you're looking at bugs, you might not see your group getting killed by a train. So I want to ding. I want to get out of this hell level. You know? 35, not fun. 36, 2 thumbs up. The RED99 name generator, right? You would think after all these years, a decade and a half of RED99 characters getting made, alts getting rolled, mules getting, you know, locked up, like all this stuff. It's kind of amazing that we're still able to get some names here and there. You know? Good names too. This guy's named Ice Commodid. Not bad. Not bad. Not really great either, but it's not bad. Let's judge names. I'm just kidding. We won't judge any names today. Other than Hill William, A+. A++++. Remember that one? Fucking Ralphie's dream sequence. The teacher giving him a million pluses on his paper about wanting a Red Ryder BB gun. That was a pretty good movie. Like, I'm not sure who A Christmas Story exactly was made for. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like obviously it's supposed to be very nostalgic for, you know, people who were kids in that mid-century era. But like I was a kid watching Christmas Story with no relation to that era, and I enjoyed it, and I thought it was highly quotable. You know what I mean? Because I was like the age of the characters, so I felt like it was made for me. But now looking back on it, I don't think it was made for me. I just happened to enjoy it. It was probably made for boomers. Same person who made that movie made Porky's. I've never seen Porky's. I'm aware of Porky's existence, but I've never seen it. Nostalgic because no technology until 1995. Technology just didn't exist. So I can relate to it a little bit because I was born in the 80s. Um, it could be. It could be. I feel like if it wasn't for seeing that movie, you probably could have tricked me into sticking my tongue to a pole in the winter. You know what I mean? But I've seen that movie. I ain't falling for that. I know what happens. But for as far as like a holiday movie that was like maybe not even targeted towards my demographic as an audience, I sure do still quote that one a lot. Like, try to show me the word fragile without me saying fragile sounds Italian or whatever. You know what I mean? Must be Italian. Just try it. Try to show me that word. It's gonna happen. Or just something. Or only I didn't say fudge. There's just so many good quotables there. And did anybody else admit it? Did you ever try the soap? Like I was like I said, it's not my target demographic. My parents never had me put a bar of soap in my mouth because I wasn't born in like fucking. No offense, but I wasn't born in the 40s or the 50s or whatever. But I did try it just to see what all the fuss was about, thanks to that movie, and it was gross, absolutely disgusting, and it did nothing for my swearing. You know what I mean? I still out here cussing like a sailor. Your mom did that to you, Captain Lung Whistle. I'm not even gonna say it. You know, made for like your parents' generation, still good for you as a '90s kid. Hell yeah. I haven't watched it in a couple years at least. It used to be kind of a holiday tradition, mostly for Captain Lung Whistle. You asked your mom that? No way. No wonder she washed your mouth out with soap. Anyway, there was a local band. Um, they're more regional. They were a regional band because they had some connections, right? The rumor I had heard as a kid was that one of their dads owned Subway or something like that. But there was a band called Grover Dill that would play like local shows. You know what I mean? They're pretty popular. But that was a friggin' Christmas Story reference, right? That was the name of Scott Farkas's little uh, henchman, right? I think he describes him as Toady or whatever. Like that was the kid with the freaking the hat. That was all like unhinged. His name was Grover Dill. Anyway, that was the name of a band out here. And the rumor was that they were able to get all that booking and all that promotion and all that stuff because one of their dads owned Subway. That was the cope that the rest of us, local bands had when we couldn't get Grover Dill type bookings. Like, that's because. But just cope. It was probably cope. But who knows? Maybe it was true. Let me tab out and check Wikipedia. Let's see if I can find any information. Surely nothing will go wrong. I'm looking this up. Grover Dill. We're just typing in the phrase and see what we say. We have a member without an invite. Oh, God. Who? Hoomst. Koshak? Welcome back, Koshak. Sorry to leave you hanging. So Grover Dill is the name of the guy in Christmas Story. Now let's type Grover Dill band and we'll see if anything pops up. Yeah, I think they're still around. What the fuck? Maybe not. Maybe these are old posts. Anyway. Grover Dill band. I'm typing Subway. Let's see. Let's see if I can find some link here. The first employee of a Subway chain. And maybe this is someone's dad. I see a lot of mention of them together. Grover Dill and Dick Pilchin or Richard Pilchin, who seems to be a high-ranking Subway employee, or was, R.I.P. Anyway, I'm down a real weird rabbit hole now, huh? From like late 90s freaking pop punk. Specific to my region? Okay. Justin Beard, it's good to see you. Hey, we're talking about bugs. Believe it or not. Despite what the words are coming out of my mouth, we're talking about insects that we don't like. Least favorite bug. That's the question of the day. I gotta know. Between me and you, what's your least favorite bug? Anybody who hasn't answered. The creep. We're talking creepies. We're talking crawlies. Either way, though, we're just getting started over here. It's Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 30. We already got to start planning for number 40 now, right? That's the next big even number. Least favorite insect is pretty obvious to you. Anytime you get cockroaches, it's not really good. Yeah, they're gross, right? We were talking about that and how they carry salmonella. What a horrible thing, And it seems like the further south you go, the bigger they get. Or at least that's, any of my travels where I've seen them, that's how it's been. Congrats on your reading. That's what's up. Where's my ding? Still waiting out here. On my grind. "20 years ago in Arizona, it had a problem because your neighbor's unit." Oh yeah, having if you're in a multi-unit building, everybody needs to be on the same page as far as the battle, the struggle, because otherwise you're not gonna win, right? You're just gonna move them around. You bug bomb, they move to your neighbors. Your neighbor bug bombs, they move back to you. You know what I mean? You both got to bug bomb at the same time, basically. Anything less than that, never gonna do it. In your neck of the woods, all you get is the occasional ant. Yeah, ants. They're interesting. Kind of crazy how much an ant can get accomplished, right? We talk about creepy crawler bug maker kit, the most coveted toy of the '90s era, right? It's because we're boys, right? Or you know, if you're talking creepy crawlers, that's the boy toy, right? Because otherwise, it was the easy bake oven. I think they were the same thing, but you know, we were supposed to make bugs, and girls were supposed to make cookies. Either way, you know, to the power of light bulbs, the heat of an incandescent bulb. I really liked creepy crawlers. My mom hooked it up real big. It was my birthday or Christmas or something. She really went all out with the creepy crawlers, and she must have been really proud of this sale because she left the price tags on a lot of the goops to show that like she was getting these goops for like a penny each. It was a Bradley's going out of business sale. If I can help narrow the time period down for you, that's how long ago it was. It was when Bradley's were still out there. So it was a little, you know, maybe a little past the creepy crawler prime, but they were still fun. And some of those goops sure did look delicious. You know what I mean? Forbidden fruit snacks. We all took a chomp. Don't lie. If you made a creepy crawler, you gave it a little bite. Maybe not to eat it, but just to test its, you know, test its strength. Don't lie. Don't lie. You're in a safe place here. Creepy crawler biters, you're all welcome here. And I'm not trying to say the whole like dichotomy creepy crawlers versus you know, easy bake ovens. I'm just trying to say in those days that was the line being drawn. This is what they were training us, right? This is the media, it was just the world. I'm not saying my opinion. I'm just saying the reality of back then, right? You don't have cockroaches there, you feel blessed. Nice. And hopefully it stays that way. Last year, we could say we didn't have spotted lanternflies here, but they're here this year. I haven't seen one yet personally, but I'm seeing the posts, you know? They're in the neighborhood. Alien invasives. Your buddy moved to California and was explaining them to you. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you see the movie Joe's Apartment and you think a certain way about them. They're real. It ain't a cartoon. Or, you know, that wasn't a cartoon either. But spotted lanternfly. Yeah, they're like a destructive insect that, like, kills some trees and crops and stuff like that. And they're coming. It's one of those things where if you see them, you're supposed to eradicate them because they're not supposed to be here. But right now, they're in their nymph stage, and people are seeing the nymphs, and they don't realize it's the flies. And they're like, "Look at this funny little bug." And it's not a funny little bug. Giant hissing beetles. You crushed one of the book. All gooey. Went to get something to clean up. Came back. It was gone. Oh my god. Yep, that sounds like a fucking roach. Terrifying. It's a terrifying story that I would not like either. I think probably the worst thing about them is that they can fly and bite, right? These are like the things you gotta tell. You see them and you're like, at least they can't bite. Oh, they will. They can. At least they don't fly. Oh, they can. They'll do anything. Anything to be terrible. You get too many bugs, cold in the winter might have something to do with it. Yeah, it's a blessing, you know? I love summertime. I love hot weather. I like outdoor activities, all that stuff. But so do the bugs. And they remind me of that. Every time the nice weather comes around, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And then I go get bit up by some mosquitoes or, you know, harassed by some wasps or whatever. I'm like, oh, yeah, these things again. Pacer Loco says, reminds you of a story someone told you. You're buying a mousetrap. Clerk goes, use those once. The mouse lived long enough to crawl through the wall before dying. Make sure you nail it to the floor. Oh my god, that's terrible. You don't want that smell. Ding 36. On that note, let's celebrate. It's time to dance. We just dinged. Hooray. We wave at the camera. We bow. Hey, everybody who's here, thank you so much for being here. We're just getting started, of course. This Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 30. And it's a big one. It's a huge one. We brought our level 30s to mistmoore, and we're just really tearing it up, tearing these 30s up. If you thought we couldn't do it, or you were hoping the bugs were going to overrun us, that slash roots for you. No. We're doing our part. Starship Trooper style. Anyway, anybody like that movie? I liked that movie. Still do. Still like it. I feel like it's generally accepted nowadays that Starship Troopers was a pretty fucking cool movie, right? Maybe there was like some times where it was less popular, you know. It's cool to dab on the movie, but not anymore, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're all in agreement. This movie was cool. It was just maybe a little ahead of its time. I don't know if people were ready for, you know, such a... I don't know, you know? Such a view. I'm about to, like, watch that one this week, I think. It's been so long. You were playing Monsters Memories this weekend? It was a blast? Oh, yeah. I was watching Dude Boy, Orc Boy, popped in on Dirty Old Socks. There's a bunch of big streams going on. Sanguine was doing some Monsters and Memories this week, and you know, it's the place to be. But, you know, I'm over here in Norath holding it down. Next weekend, I might occupy Quarm. If you see me on Quarm with a red name, you know? Just know that I'm having a fabulous... I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm having a fabulous time. Alright? If anybody wants to join, we'll figure out how to patch it beforehand. But, you know, it'll be just to get in while it's hyped up, right? As far as... they're coming back August 1st after being down for a few weeks now. So it's just gonna be probably the place to be for the weekend. They plan on putting Troll Race eventually, but it's not in yet for Eminem. Might be fighting a queue. Yeah, I know, right? Yonder Wiley, you know me. I get up bright and early. If anybody can fight a queue, it's me and Fippy Darkpaw. You know what I mean? It just takes determination and a can-do attitude and a clear disdain for humans. But we'll see. You know, only time will tell. That's just something I'm thinking about. Didn't I invite Ludwig? Yeah, I invited. But yeah, Tuesday this week. I'm planning on showing you guys Dungeon Crawler. Not Crawler. Clawler, because it's claw game themed, right? Picture Slay the Spire, but instead of adding cards to your deck, you're adding prizes to your claw machine. Okay? That's the game. It's 2D also. It's a 2D claw machine based dungeon crawler roguelite. It's a roguelite, so they say. I haven't seen the progression of it yet. I only played one run so far. I just got it last night. And I had to get up early. So I didn't stay up playing it too. But it seems fun. Definitely worth a stream on Tuesday. So I hope you guys make it, you know? And of course, Thursday, Rise and Grind. We're going to be right back here on RED99. Right? Quorum won't be open yet on Thursday, will it? Nope. Nope. Quorum's coming back on Friday. So Thursday, no doubt about it, Rise and Grind, RED99. Sunday, Swamptacular SPLASHFEST 2025, number 31, 1 week from today. Like I said, it might be Quorum, you know? Stay tuned on that. Just to see what's going on, you know? Just to say what's up. Stretch our legs a little. Occupy the server. You know? I'm thinking out loud. I'm brainstorming over here. Tuesday, we might be able to sneak a second game in, right? That afternoon. We'll get our fill a dungeon clawler for the day. And maybe, you know, pop in on something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Level 36 is a breath of fresh air after 35. Dark blue, given like 2%. Oh my god. We don't even have full group bonus right now. That's still crazy. But yeah, hey, if anybody watching right now is going to be doing an EverQuest stream today and you want to receive the raid, unfortunately today's stream is ending at noon instead of 1, right? I got some lunch plans today I got to go run out for. It is what it is. You know, Norath is able to take priority for me during the Sunday Swamptacular SPLASHFEST this morning, but I'm going to have to break off in, you know, 24 minutes thereabouts approximately, but who's counting? Drokoth, what's going on? I was just saying, in, you know, a little around a half hour, I'm going to be raiding a channel, right, at the end of the stream, but not yet. We're just getting started over here. Hey, Drokoth, and anybody else who has not answered, or even anybody who has answered and wants to answer again, you know, what's your least favorite insect? I gotta know. I'm taking a survey. And I'm using the term insect lightly, right? If you want to name a arachnid, you want to name a freaking any sort of creepy crawly, whatever, you know? I ain't discriminating. Except, of course, against yellow jackets, because I really don't like them. That's my vote. I don't like them. Terrifying. Horsefly, because they bite. Yeah. I remember going swimming is when, you know what I mean, going out on the water is where the horseflies would get me. Never really had an issue with horseflies other than just certain times out, you go out in the water and there's like a floating raft or whatever, you know, some sort of thing to pull yourself out of the water onto, and you know that's the destination. That's where they're at. That's where they bite you. And then you got to jump back in the water, and it's like, oh my god, I'm got these little bloody spots all over me. Fucking horseflies. WTF Mech, we are just getting started over here. I got an anecdote for every bug. Can't stump me. Can't stump me with these bug stories. Dragonflies are kind of wicked, dude. You know they got like a close to, if not 100%, like kill rate. Like if they target a mosquito or something, they're gonna get it. They like lock in and just they move so fast that like other bugs don't stand a chance. It's crazy. It's really crazy the way they operate. They like predict. They don't just react. They actually like predict movements. You don't have a ton of bugs in Alaska. When the snow comes, they all die. Yeah, that's a blessing. A few people have said that the tough winters in their area keep bugs at bay year round. You know, I'm in the area where the winters have been getting more and more mild. I feel like that's just you know, enabling new species to invade. I feel like one of these days we're gonna have alligators up here. It's only a matter of time, you know what I mean? We're already like very steamy and wet. It's only a matter of time before alligators come up the coast. I don't have a ton of bugs. Yeah. I already read that. I'm reading it again. Drokoth, as an Alaskan, is it true there's gold up there? That's something I've heard. I got a one-track mind. I want the gold. Give me the gold, you know? I've always wanted to, you know, ever since I played the Yukon Trail on PC as a kid, you know? I caught the fever. Gold fever. Right? It's us. We're the non-anon players. We want the fight. Nobody wants to bring it. Sure, there's gold everywhere. Dragonflies are your favorite bugs. They eat gnats and mosquitoes. Four-winged drones that move like a mothership. I know it's crazy. I really like watching them. I'm impressed by what they get accomplished. And they don't really bother us. They're a little, maybe it's scary looking, because especially big ones, you know, like you feel like that's a danger. But no, they're cool. The gold's at the base of the rivers coming off the mountains. Yeah, I want to go to there. You know, just a little panning. Just, you know, give me a couple little flakes. You know, that would make me happy. Because I've panned a lot, right? But I'm in an area with like no gold to speak of, so I don't find anything. I would like to pan in a spot where there actually is gold to find. So I'm not just, you know, getting sunburnt for nothing. That's fun to me. I always thought it would be fun to find. One of these days. You have some gold flakes your great aunt panned in Alaska. That's awesome. Literal treasure, you know? Every sense of the word. Gold adventures, tourists come on and come back with real gold. See, I would do it. I've said before that's my dream vacation, but it's like it's kind of a stretch of the word, right? Vacation implies relaxing, right? That's more like labor. You know what I mean? Like prospecting and panning is like backbreaking labor that like people subjected themselves to in the trade-off for, you know, collecting gold. You know, as much as I want to do it, I think I gotta be real that that's maybe not a vacation. But I would do it. I would totally do it. Anyways, I wonder what kind of bugs they got up there. Probably not many, right? If you're saying the winters kill them off, even in the summers, probably, you know, must be cool. Relax in bed at home on vacation. You're looking to do stuff, eat food, look at stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. A staycation, on the other hand, you know, relax in bed at home, uh, eat food and look at stuff. Sure. You like road tripping? Hell yeah. The cool thing about road tripping, you like looking at the different colors of mountains and terrain. Hell yeah. But the thing that's interesting, it's like almost just like what's the word I'm looking for? An exercise in the grass is always greener type stuff. You know what I mean? Like you're leaving your everyday surroundings and going to somebody else's everyday surroundings, right? To them, there's nothing, right? You know, this is the same old boring tree, the same boring cliff, whatever. You know what I mean? Like to them, it's normal, it's mundane. To you, it's different, right? It's kind of interesting. The grass is always greener, or you know, the cliff is always redder, or and the mountains are always more purple and majestic. Somewhere else, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting. I think about that sometimes. You know, when I'm out amazed by something, it's just like, damn. Some other to somebody else, this is just normal, right? This is just like boring. It's crazy. But then maybe where you're from is exotic to them. You're driving through deep Oregon slash Idaho farming areas. Cool. That's out there. Stopped in this store slash restaurant. Haven't seen one for 2 hours. I'm on the edge of my seat. Oh, it's no drop. I was gonna say I'll pick up this thing. Ooh, ooh, the caustic fluid. Gross. You think about the people who are hanging in there and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. That's their spot. That's the local establishment. Right. Was it one of those situations where like it feels like a record scratched or whatever? You know what I mean? Like the music stops and everybody turns to be like, "Who are you? What are you doing?" It's always weird. It was like that, yeah. Cool to experience, sure. You're on a road trip once in the south, past a buffet with a big sign. Now serving pig's feet. You knew that your own grass was greener. Imagine, you know, all the time before that, when they didn't have the pig's feet. They didn't even know what they were missing yet. But yeah, like I was saying, if anybody's streaming EQ this morning and you want to catch the raid, if you're trying to time it, as far as you know, my stream ends at 1. My stream's ending at noon today because I gotta run out for lunch, which is in 13 minutes thereabouts. I'm only telling because I wanna, wanna facilitate that. I'm trying to enjoy every minute of EverQuest. No, we ain't. Nothing but EverQuest enjoyment. Of course, the talk of bugs. And, the occasional tangential thought. Well, the thing didn't backstab me. I had every opportunity. Drokoth, yeah, I'm glad you were able to make it. That's the time zone in Alaska. What time is it now? Is that the same as like West Coast, or are you even further? 7:50 now? Yeah, that's even further, I think. I feel like California is probably 8:50 right now, I think. It's wild. Sun just came up. Sun just came up over there, huh? A little while ago, I'm guessing. Or is it that time where the sun doesn't even set? Isn't that a thing? Or is that the North Pole? I might be confusing places. Yeah, 6 hours deep. I started when at midnight when you went to bed. Yeah, that's tough to catch. It's tough. I'm glad you made it. You know, feeling blessed right now. Oops. I tried to type a slash to do a slash who, and instead I did I typed a weird like V. I typed a backslash and a slash. I don't know how I did that. Anyway, it was in group chats. You don't get the 24 hours in Anchorage, but you get like 19 to 20 during the peak. Wow. I guess let me guess. Blackout curtains are excellent sellers in your state. You know what I mean? Like I like blackout curtains. I got on that train when I worked night shift. Right? You got to do something when the sun's out and you're trying to sleep. You got to do something about it. But, it's not just night shift people that got to worry about that. There, huh? If your homeowner lets you. Oh wow. Why wouldn't someone want you to? That's wild. Oh, because it looks ugly and lowers the value. Wow. I bet they got friggin' nice curtains on in their bedroom. You know, they ain't letting the sun keep them up, but you're supposed to do it to. Yeah, don't give them. No soapbox today. Maybe next week. We're going hard on Quarm next week if if able. By able, I mean I'm able to figure out how to patch it. I'm able to fight the queue, and everything goes according to plan as far as the August 1st relaunch. I'm gonna do red names. We're gonna be out there putting it all out. Crazy thing people don't grasp: 9% of homes don't have air conditioning. Wow. In the area I'm at, I would have to say probably a very high percentage have air conditioning because it's so gross lately. It's just hot and humid all summer. So when it spikes heat, people go, "Oh yeah, That's certainly a thing. It's kind of like how when they get like flash freezes in areas where they're not used to that. It could be disastrous, and people don't know how to drive in the snow when they don't get it every winter. And we're seeing more and more weird stuff like that. It's almost like climates are changing. What's up with that? So weird. When I do come to Alaska for gold panning, make sure I don't come in August. I will take that advice. Thank you, Drokoth. I appreciate a little insider knowledge. Yeah, if you ever come to Connecticut, I would say probably don't come in April, right? It's not a guarantee that it's going to rain all April, but it's probably going to rain all April. It might rain all May too. It's just been really rain. We have like a rainy season now. It rains in August a lot up there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, unless you like the rain. If you like the rain, then come on down. Splash around. Like I don't mind rain. Like just simply put, I don't mind rain, but it gets old. You know, you get a week straight of rain, and it's just like you can't help but feel a little down. We're just getting started over here. Got like 5 more minutes of EverQuest enjoyment, and then we're gonna go find some others EverQuest to enjoy. Right here on Twitch. Hey Winnie, thought we were gonna get her to come back. What's for lunch? Yeah, good question. Probably gonna check out a Italian festival. See what I see over there. Some, um, gotta save room for dessert, right? I'm thinking more about the dessert. I haven't planned out what's for lunch yet, but for dessert, I have to find some sort of like, you know, some sort of cannoli. Maybe two. Maybe two. A cannoli for lunch and a cannoli for dessert. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what lunch is gonna be yet. See what I see. Hey, Swish 2, you're just in time. We're just getting started over here. And ending the stream an hour early today because I gotta go. I got some plans. Those plans are creeping up. The grind is going great. Thanks for asking. Started the day at level 30. You could say I started the day at level 32. Technically, when I woke up, I was level 32, but I started the stream at level 30. So I'll let you do the math there. Fill in the blanks. Because I promised for the number 30 stream, I was going to start at level 30. And I did. I'm a troll of my word. One way or another, I got to level 30. So anyway, I'm level 36 now. So you could say the grind's going most good. Most good. Really had a good authentic Flowers of Happiness little fest over here. You could even call it a swamp Swamptacular Splashfest. And I will. And I do. That's what it is. And that's what it was. You know, 6 whole hours of EverQuest today. You know, next Sunday will be 7 hours again. I'll be back on my bullshit. Maybe on Quarm, you know, just for shits and gigs. You know, we gotta stay where we gotta, you know, it's EverQuest. We'll enjoy EverQuest. See what we see. And we'll talk about it, and we'll, you know, this is, of course, pending entry, right? A few things have to happen first, right? Quarm needs to actually come back up on August 1st, right? That's what we're hearing. And then we have to fight the queue, right? Because they're going to be not letting people on if we're over the limit, right? This is, the orders are coming down from the top here. We got to, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like Brad's voice boomed from the clouds. It's the next best thing, right? This is Daybreak themselves. Or at least we're hearing it through Secrets, right? Secrets talk to Daybreak, and Secrets told the Discord, and somebody in the Discord told Reddit, right? And now we know, right? It's basically the chain of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, we're hearing this information pretty much directly. Pretty direct. They have an agreement. It's gonna be all good. Well, that being said, who can we go raid today? I had a fantastic stream. I had a great time playing EverQuest. This is my comfort game. Anytime I want to simulate elf activity, anytime I need to, you know, emulate troll business, I'm here on EverQuest. Especially if I need to be Y2K compliant. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's none better. None better. So, everybody who hung out today, thank you so much for being here. If you answered the question of the day, talking about your least favorite bug, I appreciate it. You know, you're humoring me with the question. I love to hear it. If you haven't answered the question of the day, this might be your last chance before the end of the stream. What's your least favorite bug? You know what I mean? There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong way to answer. Even if you were like, I don't like bats. Fine. You know, it's not a bug. We all know it's not a bug, thanks to that Calvin and Hobbes comic. You know? We know. We know bugs are not. Bats are not bugs. But anyway, let's go raid a channel. Who's streaming EverQuest today? Somebody's streaming THJ. Somebody's streaming Green. What do we got? What do we got? I'm going to do same category. I'm looking for Red. Is anybody streaming Red? No. Of course not. Well, next best thing. Let's go see Sanguine. Show Sanguine some love from RED99. Tell him EverQuest PvP enjoyers are EverQuest enjoyers too. And ask him his least favorite bug. Tell him Chewy gotta know. Alright? Anyway. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you next time. Tuesday, I'm playing Dungeon Clawler. Next EverQuest stream's going to be Thursday, Rise and Grind. Alright? See you then. Can't wait. Sunday, Swamptacular Splashfest. It's going to be on Quarm next week. It'll be really fun. So, peace out, everybody.